And we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Today's the finals. 4 players remain. They have to contest the semifinals and then a finals because only one player at the end of today will punch their ticket to Germany to face off against a coterie of legends, including Vichy and Magnus, at the beautiful Weissenhaus Resort. International Master David Preuss and GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. Good morning, David. No rest for the wary and no rest for the yawn. We don't want to see any yawns from him.
Yeah. No yawning today. We know that he played the late Title Tuesday yesterday at insane o'clock in Russia.
Jet lag o'clock.
Jet lag o'clock. So hopefully he'll still be able to keep up with the pace that's being set by Vladimir Fedoseev so far in this event, who had to qualify through the Swiss on Monday. Let's have a look at the bracket and see our matchups for today. Who are the 4 players here still with a shot at the ticket to Weissenhaus?
Vladimir Fedoseev, he has been storming the barricades and he's played an average move length of what feels like 7 moves, dispatching Lenier Dominguez yesterday 9 moves and playing 2 10-move games in the play-in phase. But, of course, he faces world champion challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first semifinal matchup. Fedoseev has only given up a point this entire run, and he's had no losses. He might be making a serious bid as one of the top Fischer Random players in the world. He incorporates it as part of his regular routine. This man has been on a rampage, but Jan has been doing his maiden one puzzles.
Yeah, he did find the maiden one with no trouble. On the other side of the bracket, we have Javokir Sindarov, another qualifier who had to make it through Monday, as well as 2 matches yesterday. And he's going up against Yangyi, who dispatched Denis Lazovic 2-0 yesterday in the second round. These are both former child prodigies. Sindarov now 19 years old. He became a GM at the age of 12. Crazy, but true. And Yangyi became a grandmaster at age 14. And he's now 30, so he's now welcoming the young kids to the top tiers of chess. We'll see which of them prevails today.
Yeah, I mean, Yangyi was accepting his GM title when the Treaty of Appomattox was being signed to end this. I mean, that's crazy. And you think about how long these players have been on scene. Sindarov isn't even 20. 2 very exciting, dynamic players. Sindarov, part of this new Uzbek crop of talent that includes the 2 Nodirbeks. It includes Vakhidov and that gold medal winning Olympic team and bronze medal winning Olympic team this past year in Budapest. But let's go over what is at stake for these players, because there are no prizes. There are no consolation, no medals. There is 1 ticket to be punched to the Weissenhaus Resort in February, exactly a month from now. And these are the players who are pre-invited. A couple of pretty obscure names here. They really should have considered inviting some chess professionals, David. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, it's a who's who of folks who aspire to being chess professionals.
They got a ways to go, though. I mean, yeah. Like Gukesh maybe still needs to play on the world stage a couple times. We're kidding, of course. Look at these names, ladies and gentlemen. They will be playing classical freestyle chess. In these qualifiers, we've been playing at a rapid time control. The play-in phase was 10+2. The knockout stage was played at a time control of 15 minutes per player with a 3-second increment. And of course, yesterday, we saw several matches go into overtime because both players play 2 games with each other. If they go 1-1, then we play blitz chess. We play 5+2, also 2 games, and then we go to Armageddon. And it most certainly is the end of the world this time, at least for every player except 1.
Yeah, and some of these players have not played any blitz yet, so we'll see how they adjust to it. Fedoseev, all in regulation. Yangyi, all in regulation, has only played 4 games so far in the entire event. So yeah, we'll see how they adjust to the blitz time control if they have to go there. For now, it looks like we've got our position before us for round 1. So what do you notice first?
Okay, so no hanging pawns. I feel like That's the most important thing. No two-move games are likely. We saw Nepo get into trouble on move 2 against Bortnik, and Jan against Hans was in trouble almost every game, but demonstrating some magic. So the White King is already on the queen side. So castling quote-unquote long will involve moving the king one step. Castling short is like the JFK to Singapore flight, which is 19 hours. It's like that king will be on the opposite hemisphere.
Yeah, and it would require moving a lot of pieces. I would say there's one square which is potentially weak here, Danya. We've been looking for those hanging pawns for, 1 and 2 move tactics at the very beginning of the game. But I think in this game, the B2 square might be one of the weaker squares on the board, simply because the knight on D1 is unlikely to stay on D1. If it does, something's going wrong as well, right? So assuming that piece is going to develop at some point, I think it's not easy for other pieces to cover that B2 square. So it might be a bit vulnerable, especially since castling will happen very slowly.
And what's
in this game?
What's interesting is that castling will involve moving the A rook to D8, castling queenside, right?
Yeah.
So that's very important because otherwise, like, the rook would remain out of the game. I'm not anticipating the players to castle kingside unless the queen side is burning and they need to evacuate. So you're absolutely right, David. Like, if you look at this bishop on G1 and it's vis-a-vis on G8, like, white can develop an attack very quickly. F4, the queen can join the game. So you're absolutely right. This B7 pawn might be the gateway to a lightning attack. We will see how Fedoseev treats this opening. He's a very thoughtful player. He has a lot of understanding of many different Fischer random types of positions. I think he has a great intuitive feel for how to begin the game. And as we know, the first 3-4 moves are often absolutely critical. F4.
Yeah. F4. Letting the dogs out. The first bishop comes out. And now the question is kind of to the F1 bishop, right? Is it going out through E2 or through G2? So there we have it,
happy.
E4.
Henry Edwin Bird. Oh, and King's Gambit, after whom the famous British player John King's Gambitson. I mean, we make this pun in Charlotte, like, the Baltic, D4, D5, C4, Bishop F5. I told my group of students that I teach on Wednesdays, it was named after the Serbian international master Vladimir Baltic. And of course, they all believe me.
And they all believe. Yeah. Just have to say it with conviction. So the queen comes out. She can't be hit by a knight. She should be okay.
Yeah, knight. The knight from D8. You almost want to put it on D6. Jan focusing on getting his pieces, waking them up, especially that knight on H8. The computer disapproving, but I would not pay too much heed to the slings and arrows of the eval bar. One other important thing, David, the D7 pawn, obviously, like, there's a smothered mate, but we're quite a ways away from that. White hasn't even brought his knights out of the gate. And I wouldn't be surprised if Fedoseev played knight G3.
Yeah, that seems like a likely square for it.
Okay, knight C3.
I think the knight from H8 is heading to D6 to drive the queen out of the center.
Jan would love to fianchetto that F8 bishop, but will he have time for it?
Yeah. I guess there's no... White can't go bishop D4 to take over that diagonal because black has knight C6 and knight E6, so he'll probably be doing that, bringing the bishop to G7.
But I think Fedoseev can build a battery, G4, bishop G2. And you've actually got both knights defending the B7 pawn, but that long-term pressure is going to be quite annoying.
Yeah, if only white could get a knight to somewhere like A6, but at the moment, they're not very close to that, but you could have some tactics eventually.
Yeah, Fedoseev loves to grab space on the flanks. I've done some training with him. He's a big proponent of, he starts with knight G3, so he doesn't play G4, which is a little bit surprising positionally. He also might want to build some sort of Morozzi bind shifted to the right with D2, D4.
Yeah. Okay, so he's chosen not to castle kingside here. I might honestly have played bishop F2, bishop E2 kind of moves here as white, because there's going to be the artillery raining down on the queen side, right? The bishop pairs of both sides. You might want to make that effort to get your king over to the king side. Once he's moved this rook to E1, we know his king is sticking around on the queen side.
Precisely. And we basically can infer from that that he will play a4 and activate his rook via just leaving it on its initial square, the best way to develop a piece. But we have to develop a better understanding of the other semifinal game because we've got 2 games going and we want to give some love to the Uzbek fans. Javahir Sindarov, such an exciting young player. And Yu Yangyi, the Chinese stalwart, has the black pieces in game 1. And their position could not be a different landscape from what we have in Fedoseev Nepo. What do you make of the weird structure they have on the board there? And a pair of minor pieces has already gone from the board.
Yeah, and the other bishops are in opposition, right? So it looks like they're probably playing no bishop chess. Today, I don't see how the bishop on g1 really escapes this trade. I suppose you could play knight e3, but it seems like very likely that it happens eventually, no matter what. So it's a slower game with less drama and less of an advantage for either side.
Well, there won't be as much drama as there was yesterday, but
yeah.
I think they'll give us a run. They'll give Hans and Nepo a run for their money. Knight f5 was threatening a fork on e7. Careful.
Yeah.
And c3 to my plebeian Gioco Piano inspired brain looks quite enticing. Just try to grab the center. If you take on c5 again, you get this bind, and black can solidify the structure with b6. And I really, really like that. I think you get this sometimes out of a Berlin. It looks like a clunker, but that's kind of what you want surrounding your king. You want a chain link fence, and it doesn't have to look pretty.
Right. Yeah, and then you're the only person in possession of a semi-open file for your rooks. So I tend to think if there's one set of doubled pawns and no open files, it favors the person with the doubled pawns and the semi-open file. So, we get the trade, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's still equal. I don't think it changes the evaluation, but I do think that Yu Yangyi must feel quite good out of the opening here, especially if you like castles queenside, gets the rook to d8.
Yeah.
I think, practically speaking, I would prefer black here, actually, by a little bit.
Yeah, especially it's a great way to start as black, I think, in terms of the objective evaluation. He prepares castles queenside there by clearing that rook out of the way. And his style and the fact that he has black. Black and white matter a bit less in freestyle chess. But, we're chess players. We're still accustomed to if I hold with black, it's not bad news. So he's got a very got a very so clean, safe position here. Yeah.
Such an ingrained attitude.
Yeah. And I'll just say stylistically, I think that Yu Yangyi, I was playing through some of his games this morning, and my sense is that he's happy with fairly simple and technical positions.
Yeah. Yu Yangyi's, of course, all super GMs are universal by definition. I played one classical game with Yu Yangyi in Vegas in 2014, Millionaire Chess. Okay, we made a pretty quick draw, but he is a technician. He's very, very good at squeezing that advantage out. I would put him in the Duda category. But it's funny looking at castles queenside. We already had a rook on d8, but it was the wrong rook. And it reminds me, David, of how some old guys castle their king. They start by moving the rook, which of course technically is illegal. Well, not illegal. It just means you have to make the move with the rook. You have to start executing the castling motion by moving the king from e8 to g8. And one time many years ago, I was giving a simul to an old folks home, like a community service thing. And I was playing an older gentleman who was very happy to play me. And in the opening, he castled by moving his rook. And of course, I was a little kid. I didn't do this maliciously, but I basically told him, okay, you have to move the rook. And when my dad found out about this, I got a very stern talking to. He's like, you do not tell this older gentleman how to make a castles. This is how they castle. It's not about enforcing the rules. Of course, I didn't understand that it wasn't about enforcing the rules. It was innocently intended. But always start with your king when you're castling. And in Fischer Random, you put the king on top of the rook.
Yeah, the things we don't understand as kids, and it's just there's no way to understand it until you've lived some experience.
But he violated the rules.
Yeah. I was just thinking, if your king started on c8 in this game, right, instead of b8, and you wanted to castle queenside OTB, would you have to tap your king with your hand and then take the rook on a8 and put it on d8? Because if you just take the rook on a8 to put it on d8, then
Yeah.
Danya's going to be like, oh, you got to move your rook.
You lift your king like Magnus slamming back on c8.
Yeah.
And knight comes out to g6 here in the meantime. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because a couple of developments in the Fedoseev game. The players taking their time, settling into what might be a short day, what will almost certainly be a long day for at least two of them.
Yeah.
The two finalists. And what do we make of the left board?
They've traded one knight. You know, the knight from h1 came to e4, challenged the knight on d6 that was covering b7. That gets traded. And I still think, you know, potentially there's something to be done on b7. So it could be, you know, a surprise bishop a6. Sometimes there's weird mates like that. Like imagine if the knight on c6 wandered away, you could go like bishop a6 and suddenly, you know, there's queen b4 mate coming if they take it. I've also been thinking about a4 this entire game. Honestly, a little surprising with his proclivities that he hasn't launched the a-pawn yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always partial to that method of developing the rook, a4, rook a3, rook b3. Looks like the coast is clear.
Now, it being black's move, I'm considering queen f5.
Huh!
Oh!
The Nepo whisperer strikes again.
Nailed it. All right. I'll explain the reasoning for that real quick. Basically, white's queen on e4, by being centralized, is actually a little bit better placed than the black piece. So you kind of offer a trade of your opponent's slightly better placed piece, right? Just sort of neutralizing it. The other thing is, if we stick around in the middle game, the king's a little bit uncomfortable on b8. So by playing queen f5, I allow the bishop g8 to maybe just step up to f7 or just get off the back rank, and then I could castle kingside if I ever needed to.
And there was a very cute line, by the way, which is unrelated to all of the fantastic insights that you just made, but I cannot help it. If white dropped the queen back to f3, I think this is bad for many reasons, such as e5, but I just wanted to very quickly show this very cute tactic with queen takes c2 check. Mm-hmm. It's actually bad for black because e7 falls, but I had this in a game recently, and people should remember to check for these intermezzos at all times. And related to that, maybe a little bit more important, as the queens get traded, in standard chess, the f7 and f2 pawn is often considered the weakest pawn on the board. But in Fischer Random, the reason we sometimes forget the biggest weakness is because that pawn is shifted to whatever pawn is in front of the king. So in this case, the b2 or b7 pawn. And yesterday, in the game that Nepo won, we saw that Hans built this battery against the b pawn, forcing Jan to make a very serious weakness. So remember, the pawn that's weakest in Fischer Random isn't always the f pawn. It's whichever pawn is in front of the king.
Yeah, that's the trick. So like think about all, for any chess players out there, think about all the arsenal of patterns and tactics that you know around f7 or f2 in chess, right? All the games we've seen with like e4, e5, knight c3, bishop c5, knight a4, bishop takes f2 check already, right? Think about all that and then realize that that's a moving target. So in freestyle chess, every game you need to like readjust and say like, oh, where are these tactics likely to be incoming?
Can I make a deal? Like can I just please play knight c5? And, you know, if you don't capture me, I promise to be very nice. I won't say bad things about you in the interview.
Yeah.
Knight g5, very tempting. But also there's bishop h3. So get your utensils out. Surgical tools.
Yeah. Let me see if you can help guide us into the evaluation here, Danya, because I see some kind of a plus for white on the eval bar. At the same time, handling the position looks tricky for me. What's the basis of white's advantage?
Well,
if they have one here.
Three factors that I would highlight. The most important one is there's a static component of the advantage, which is more permanent, which is, of course, the weak pawn on square on e6, and correspondingly the backward pawn on e7. What's important to understand is if the pawn moves up to e5, you get rid of one, you close one door, but you open a different Pandora's box. Like white could take on e5 and then slide the rook to f1, and then the f6 square is weak. And the dynamic facet of white's advantage is that black is lagging in development. Like in order to castle, black still, I think, needs to move this. Wait, can black castle here?
Yeah.
Okay, so black can castle, but not quite actually, because
they have to move that rook to somewhere like e8 or f8, like you're saying.
Exactly.
And then they can castle queenside.
So that sounds like, oh, it's only 2 moves, but that gives white the
Yeah.
time to chisel his way into the e6 square. So it's the lead in
Right.
development plus the backward pawn on e7 and white's central control, the final aspect, the fact that white can play d4. I don't know
Yeah.
why A3 was necessary by Vlad,
There,
but it doesn't hurt.
well, I think he was thinking that with a5, black might be threatening to take on a2 at some point soon, right? How would you trap the bishop? Black's got the bishop on
All right,
g7 covering
Bobby.
b2. They've got a4 coming.
I was inclined to play d4 here,
I thought
but
that was kind of his plan with castling queenside.
yeah, and Jan tries to make him regret it, so he does play e5, and I think
Mhm.
we might see a slide over to the right.
Yeah. So I think actually one of the sneaky little problems for black, because e5 basically deals with the e7, e6 stuff. I think a sneaky problem for black might be that it's not easy to get the a8 rook into the game. Because even if you play rook e8 or f8, preparing castling, if white plays bishop h3, they can try to trap the rook on a8 by preventing castling.
Uh-huh. Oh
And
yeah.
that could be like a nagging issue for black, that rook doesn't really have a route back into the into the main part of the game.
Ooh. So you're telling me that castling queenside and castling kingside actually in this case moves the king to the same direction.
Yeah.
So it no longer takes like a bishop controlling 2 diagonals in order to slice off. It's like there's only one entrance to the city, and that entrance is like what they did during the bubonic plague. That's why some towns survived. Like you just
Yeah.
closed the entrance, and you made people wait 40 days, and that's where the
Yeah.
word quarantine comes from.
Yeah.
Quaranta.
40.
Yeah, during the bubonic plague. So bishop h3, and there's a lot of things plaguing black's position, such
Yeah.
as Jan's down on time, which is
Yeah.
rare.
You called this idea of rook f1, looking at an eventual knight f6. When he castled queenside, Fedoseev, I thought it was because he was trying to play d4, and I'd considered the move c3, trying to set up d4, a move you'd mentioned. But playing c3 was sort of weakening light squares, and when there's a bishop pair aiming at a certain part of the board.
I just want to show this as you're talking. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is still big, by the way. That's his idea. Sorry, David, continue.
No, that's great. When there's a bishop pair aiming at a certain side of the board, it's hard to arrange your pawns to shelter them, right? Like if you play c3, then the light squares get weak. If you play b3, the dark squares are weak. So I thought he was trying to play d4 without playing a move like, c3.
Yeah, entirely possible. I would consider rook a6 because you're actually, this is not just a meme, this smothered mate. It's an actual tactic, and Jan allows f5. Oh my gosh, it's the position is teetering on the brink here.
He's thinking about how to get the a8 rook into the game. I think that's something that's on his mind, and he's thinking that from a6 he doesn't have access to b6, so his rook will be more active on a5. I think that's the origin of this move.
But if you play f5 from Fedoseev's standpoint, yes, you yield control of the center. But on the other hand, when the rook gets to a5, again, it's staring at the pawn. That poor rook, it's like moving mountains just to get into the game.
Right.
And it's just not included. But Fedoseev takes a different approach, opens up the center.
Yeah. So basically, your idea with f5 is to leave black's e5 pawn on the board to block black's own rook.
Yes. And the bishop on g7 too.
Yeah.
It seemed completely natural to me, but Fedoseev playing more dynamically, trying to go for the bishop pair.
Right. And also maybe for some immediate play on the f file, right? Trying to find some squares to get something going. The rook on a8 will eventually go through a5 and into the game at e5 or f5, but that's eventually. And so he's trying to achieve something before that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the situation is very, very perilous here for Jan. Again, the fact that the eval bar is 0.4, 0.8, it doesn't address the nature of the position. Unless Jan gets that rook on a8 involved, unless he finds a way to limit white's kingside activity, this might keep getting worse. He takes on f6. I think he had to. There was no choice. And a pre-move. And it wasn't approved of by the engine. I mean, could you go rook f1? I think Jan wants bishop d5. But there's always bishop h3, David. There's always bishop h3 in white's pocket.
Right. Yeah, and then you're looking at back rank mate, right, Danya? Like if we go rook d to f1 here, and black plays bishop d5,
yeah,
bishop h3, Rook has to move somewhere. We've still got a7 covered. It's basically just back rank mate here after bishop h3.
It just
If the
wins.
rook moves, rook f8.
That's amazing. I mean, look at this. Rook f8, rook f8. And that bishop, without making a single move, becomes the hero of the game.
Yeah.
And it's running the world from, from its bed.
So that means black should not play bishop d5 against rook.
Can white start with bishop h3? Can white first do this and then play rook f1 and set the threat of rook f8?
You could certainly do that because now you're not only threatening back rank mate, but to win the bishop on g8, right? I was going to suggest for black playing something like b6 or c6 instead of bishop d5. But after rook f8, you're still struggling not to lose the bishop.
Black might. Oh, no, it doesn't even help because you cannot go. I keep forgetting that a7 is defended.
Yeah, you've no way to reconnect it.
On the board.
Bishop h3 happened, but then
lost.
He did not. He did not double rook.
Oh, he played bishop d4. What?
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty. I mean, in a sense, there was a pretty clear sign, right? Like there's the open file, there's the back rank. It wasn't super hidden.
By the way, the reason rook e8 is losing, Jan, and I checked the computer, it's already borderline lost, but here the knight can drop back to c6, protecting the rook on d8, and by the skin of his teeth, black has rook e5, setting up his own back rank mate, and the game continues. Rook e8 should have lost on the spot.
Playing rook d8, rook f8, huh?
I mean, it's just resigns here, and I can't believe this because Vladimir, I thought, played bishop h3 in order to prepare doubling on the f-file. Crazy.
Yeah.
Now the rook can go to h5, and suddenly white loses a pawn. White loses a Jan.
Aye.
And that was a big
He really
Jan.
walked into that knight c6 move there. What way?
In Russian, Jan, the word for Jan, Y-A-W-N, is also the word for blunder. Sorry.
Oh,
go ahead.
Good to know. Yeah, he really walked into knight c6, huh? What was that about?
Oh, crap. Knight's move in an L shape?
Yeah. I mean, he must have had a lot of better moves than bishop d4. Not just rook to f1. I mean, maybe rook to e1 was fine, setting up pawn d4. If
Nepo's rolling out the T, he's satisfied with the course of events in this game.
Well, yeah, I mean, the advantage just evaporated in one move there. Both the short-term winning tactic and the long-term advantage.
Yep. And actually, bishop d7 takes c6 might be necessary to avoid being worse. Just like that.
Right.
Cannot miss opportunity. We're so used to perfection from Fedoseev. And he might have won another game in under 20 moves had he played rook f1.
Yeah.
Wild. This might cost him. This might cost him.
Yeah. Our other game pretty balanced, by the way, as well. For the moment. Yeah. Equal material. King's Indian endgame structure.
Yeah, not too much to say in that other game. I mean, we'll let it, reach a climax. There is a chance that Sindarov steps on the gas pedal, but this is really where the action has been happening.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Although I see in the future bishop trade on c6 and an equal bishop ending, opposite bishops.
It's like Nepo at the candidates tournament in this past time. He, at some point was either worse or lost almost every game, but you don't get out of those situations regularly by accident. He's so slippery. Everybody is at the top level, but he has that extra gear. He knows how to pose the most practical problems in virtually any situation. And he's got such experience in high pressure situations as well. You think about someone who's played 2 world championship matches, how much that helps to quell the butterflies in your stomach. And yesterday, lots of butterflies in both players' stomachs. Big shout out to Hans, who had such a valiant run, then took out his anger on the poor commentator and destroyed him in a 3+1 match. But what a run for Hans. But a bitter way to end.
He's thinking a long time now is Fedoseev about this. I mean, does he have options other than trading off here, having played bishop d7? Where else is he headed?
Yeah, it's not a good sign when your opponent plays like rook e8 to d8, moving the rook from the attack, and you're, now I start thinking.
Yeah.
Don't.
Okay, now he makes the trade. I mean, I suppose, like, he could have played bishop g4, sacked the h-pawn, then gone to the f-file. But...
Oh, beautiful coordination. Jan trampolines back to a8 just in time.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, David, you could do this and go rook f5 if you want to be cute, I think.
Because of the back rank, yeah.
Whoopsie daisy. It's like two can play at that game, and this would force the rooks off the board. In fact, I think it's not unlikely the game ends precisely in this way.
Mm-hmm.
We are likely to get a draw here one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, technically the a pawn is isolated, and white has a 1/100th of a pawn advantage or something like that here. But in practice, it's hard to win an opposite colored bishop ending off of a 1/100th of a pawn advantage.
Yeah, 34 years old. Two players over 30 in these finals or semifinals. So a lot of veterans. You think about like 30 years old in the chess world and what that means. Fedoseev is my age. He's 29. Mm-hmm. I've known him since 2009. We played a game in Kirishi, this annual tournament. He was a FIDE master. And such a incredible career arc. He's worked so hard to make 2,700 and broke through only after many years of hard labor.
Yeah.
Not literally.
So the isolated a-pawn gets attacked. One black rook is forced into passivity. I think you can see the 1/100th of a pawn on full display there. But c5 is a nice positional move from black, right? Just limiting white's bishop a little bit, preventing rook b4, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like all the files are open, so at some point, at least one pair of rooks will come off the board, and there are no targets. Yeah, I mean, Vladimir, I think, took that time to come to terms with the fact that he's messed up. And you see top players, they don't react emotionally to those moments because sometimes you're so angry at yourself that you start playing unobjectively and then end up losing. We've all been there, I think, where you overpress, get mad, and then you know that you should be taking the draw, but you can't help it. And then that's the worst feeling when it's a 2-result game. And then at the end, you see a big fat 0 on the tournament cross table. I've had so many experiences like that.
Jan clears the b file. He could play rook b8 at some point, try to have an active defense instead of a passive defense out of that rook. And I'm not sure what Fedoseev is up to with these rook maneuvers on the king side. There does come a time where you need to pack it up, right? And not do anything too strange in pursuing an advantage that's not there.
Yeah, I mean, sort of piece shuffling, the bishop holding the f7 square. Vladimir Fedoseev, by the way, I was just reading, he is the silver medalist at the 2023 World Rapid Championships. And Jan is, I think, the silver medalist this year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
They have played in previous World Blitz Championships. And so the two players, not strangers to each other, obviously. In the other game, I think Sindarov might be doing some work. So maybe a bird's eye view would be nice.
Yeah, I think he's just gained a tiny edge. Probably for the first time in this game with conquering the c4 square with the a-pawn. And now black has no pawn breaks left on the queen side. White controls the tension on the f-file as usual in a King's Indian. And yeah, it's just a little bit pleasant for white now.
Yeah, on the left side, there was maybe a brief chance for Jan to even fight for the edge, but nothing major. Yeah, that game is balanced. So let's have a closer look and see if Sindarov actually has realistic winning chances here. This is like a dream. You know, this is what the old engines used to do, which they don't anymore. Back in the days when you actually could, like Hikaru would defeat computers on ICC, this is how he would do it. He would play like a King's Indian structure. The computer, because of its sort of short-sighted horizon effect, it wouldn't understand that by locking up the queen side like this, you're essentially hamstringing any future play, and then it would still give an advantage because you have more space.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it would sit there and you could play very, very long games against it.
And then flag it, yeah.
Yeah. Now here, there's like a couple things white can do. One is doubling on the F file and then opening it at a propitious moment.
Good word.
Another would be playing H5, knight H4, knight F5, poking G7. Another is if the black knight is ever not ready, you can hop to C4. If you ever get there, that's big.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
you were pointing out with arrows, white can also play F5, just grabbing that space, extending the pawn chain, and playing for G4, G5, and more of a squish. But there you have to be careful that the space for getting into the opponent's position doesn't become too narrow.
Yeah. If you play F5 prematurely, black could actually play H5 and then position a rook on H8 in anticipation of white playing G4, and then all entrances are shut. I was actually much more partial to this idea of H5 and knight H4 because I'm really not sure what white is achieving by retracting his knight to D2. I actually think that black will hold this. I can't see Yu Yangyi losing this, but you never know. And Sindarov has been making very slow but very steady progress for like the last 10 moves.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's hard to predict the result at this point because it could come down to a time scramble as well. There's enough tension left in the position that I could see them getting down to, under 30 seconds and still having a knight and rook on the board. And
I thought EF GF knight F5, but then white can go knight to C4, so black cannot access E3.
Yeah, that's important.
Black could lose his patience. Black could feel that, wait a second, I'm getting squeezed and suffocated. Maybe we need to, change the nature of the game and play F5.
Yeah.
And go for an exchange sack of some sort, potentially.
And he does play F5. And I was wondering the same thing. Like, does the moment come where you play F5 to just deal with things head on?
Exchange sack is possible. FE knight E5, rook E5, but hard to evaluate.
After Fe5, knight E5, rook E5, Fe5, it tags your knight. So you can't get your E pawn to E3, can you?
Yeah, you'll have to play rook takes E5. You can also, by the way, play E takes F4, but then I think white is intending the intermediate move E5. He does go for it and met with opprobrium by the computer because white can go G4 and king G3. So even if you allow E3, I'm not sure it's that bad. But he simply takes. He simply takes.
Yeah, I mean, black can't take on E4 probably because of rook F7. So probably rook H5 and then back to E5. Otherwise, you're down in exchange for 0 pawns, right? And it's just a matter of time.
I thought king G4 was also possible. I honestly missed that you couldn't take on E4 because of the pin. And white's winning. This was misevaluated by Yu Yangyi. This was just a misevaluation. I think he underestimated how quickly the rooks get into the game and how important this passer is and how untouchable it is.
Okay.
Take it.
Looking for the breakthrough. Some kind of D3 move coming next from black.
I'm not seeing it. Rook A8 also looks quite enticing.
If white takes here, then the knight comes to E3.
Yeah,
and
even their king F3 is fine, I think, but rook A8 in this position might be the most clinical. I'm not sure exactly. Then maybe C3 is a little annoying.
Maybe king F3 here, bringing your king closer to the potential pawn breakthroughs for black and supporting the E pawn.
Excellent call.
Yeah.
Excellent call. Very patient. Java here, Sindarov. Look at this man go.
There's a part of me that wants to move my rook to D1 at some point, Danya. Just out of terror of D3 pawn breaks, but also it's like the knight's there, the king's there. Like tactically, it could work out.
Against it was Javahir's compatriot Nodirbek Abdusattorov, I had exactly this piece imbalance. I had 2 rooks against rook and knight, except he had 2 passed pawns which are on D3 and F3, and I had 10 seconds on my clock. This is slightly more winning for white.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more winning.
All right, the other game has ended in a draw, as we expected. Opposite colored bishop ending. And it's hard to pick a move for Yu Yangyi. Finally, he sort of passes with his A pawn.
There was an idea, king F4, king E6, rook F5, but he goes hunting instead. But okay. Still no king f4. Wow. But hang on a second. Still not over. I mean, knights are so tricky.
So tricky.
We've seen, how many times have we seen these types of endgames go absolutely haywire after one mistake? I maybe would go c3 here as a last ditch attempt to muddy the waters.
I think he wants to keep the tension a bit longer, but it's possible. I think the king finds a pretty decent square on.
But e5?
c5 if it wants to. That move looks like it makes things easier for white.
Why are you allowing e5? He had to keep his rook on e5, I think.
I think he wanted to prevent rook h6, but I thought rook h6, king c5 still keeps his pieces moving.
Maybe he wants e5, king d5. King d5 maybe he wants, but that cannot possibly work.
Knight?
Rook takes c1 and then rook f1, rook f8.
Okay.
But king d5 you had b takes. Yeah, I mean you had a million moves and I mean 13 seconds on top of that. It's all over. Rook f6 is coming and it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, so you can even give up c2 here.
You could even rook e3, rook f6 also possible. Very clinical. Look at that.
Oof.
Look
giving
at
no chances.
Chef's kiss. Ma.
Yeah, that's the end of that.
Well played by
I was going to say here, I think maybe you could try and go for the e6, e7 tactic, but instead he just takes a pawn, trades the rooks, nothing to think about.
Throws in the towel. What a win by the Uzbek talent, 19-year-old Javahir Sindarov. My name is not Nodirbek, he says. And you put some respect on my name. He has been over 2,700 FIDE. And Yu Yangyi has his back against the wall. He will have to win in the second match game to take this to a blitz playoff. David, Fedoseev, really a frustrating game. He still hasn't lost in this event. But those types of draws can feel more painful than a loss.
Indeed. Indeed. I have that experience. We're going to take a short break after those first games before the second round starts. We'll see how the players pursue, especially whether Yu Yangyi can bounce back and what Jan can do with the white pieces after this short break. So stick around, folks.
Absolutely,
right,
don't go anywhere. The fun part is up ahead. Freestyle returns in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
I want to get a few truths in first. Okay, do you think you are a good dancer?
No.
Lie.
What? I knew this. You are a terrible dancer, but you have high confidence. That's important. So you are decent.
I actually think I'm a bad dancer. It's one of my pet peeves.
No, but I knew that it's gonna show that. And please.
Wait, I have to make moves also.
It's time. It's time for the question.
He's getting nervous even when you just said that you were going to ask him a question.
Yes. No, because
really nervous.
Because the thread is stronger than the execution. It's one of the chess things. Do you consider me a friend?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Good friend is a different question.
That's fine. I'm not gonna push it. Obviously, I've had my. Have you ever, as a spectator, rooted against me when I play chess?
Maybe. It could have been. Not sure.
Yes, he did.
He did. I know he did. Okay, that's fine. That makes two of us. Did you hate me for making you walk from Hotel Hoogedaan to our house in Wijkenzee when you were my second?
Briefly, very briefly.
But very intensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no. It's
Hate
fair.
comes naturally to me.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of friends, do you consider Samay your friend?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I thought it was gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do you?
The long was really.
Okay, but that's an easy one, but Samay, the hard one now. Do you actually find him funny?
Yeah, he's extremely funny.
Sometimes.
Do you consider Sagar your friend?
Yeah, very good friend.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god! He did! Look what he has done! He just lost the pawn and the friend too! Okay, no, but it's fine. Do you think Sagar is a good commentator?
Sometimes. Sometimes he gets very excited, but I think most of the time he's a good commentator, but he has to learn the variation in pitch. Like, not always be on
Wow,
extreme
so
excitement.
much criticism. We got an expert on commentary here.
I have told him, so it's fine.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
We are one game into the freestyle chess semifinals. There we see Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev. He resides in Slovenia. He is one of the top Fischer random players in the world. He trains it regularly to improve his classical chess, and he has to surmount the very stiff resistance of world champion challenger and world Let's Go champion Yana Pomnishi. And that previous game, David, as we see Vladimir's very impressive run, but he's got to move on from that. He was winning in one move, but as far as chess goes, ignorance is bliss. You almost don't want to find out.
Right. But his position was so good, I bet he knows that he had something. I think we saw him sort of coming to terms with where did it go during that game. And one of the most impressive thing about a lot of these top professionals is their ability to sort of bounce back emotionally, water under the bridge, focus on the next game. So I imagine he will do that. The danger here is it's a 2-game match. If you lose one game here to Nepo, you're out, right? You could go undefeated for 13, 14 games as he has so far. And the first loss can be the end.
Well, let's take a look at the position. We do have a reveal, and the players get a little time to reflect on what their opening strategy will be. You're right. It's like what team? The Patriots, who were 16-0, won all the playoff games. If you lose the finals, when the history is written, nobody will give you the honorable mention. You're not going to Germany. There's only one ticket to be punched, and it belongs to the winner. Yeah. What do we make of this position? The Kings this time are in the center.
Right. So B2 and B7 are undefended, and slightly awkwardly so. The Queens attack those squares very quickly from their fianchettoed starting position.
Yeah.
So C3 and C6 might be sort of a prudent way to develop a bishop and block out the queen. Doesn't interfere with the knight on C1, so I think that's pretty likely those pawns land there. And then something to always watch out for when your queen starts into corners, how are you going to centralize your queen at some point or get her active?
Yeah.
You don't want her locked away in the corner when the fighting breaks out.
Yeah, I mean, if you play one E4, which is not unlikely, then you'll have to find alternate arrangements for the queen, like you said, because E4 actually blocks both the bishop and the queen, which is ironic because if you think about the normal starting position, the reason we play 1e4 is to open up the queen and the bishop, light square bishop. Here it has almost the opposite effect. So, and it's one of the frustrating things. It's like every time you try to open up one piece, you block another, which is why you sometimes see players starting with a move like f4. Like, you don't want to do any damage with your very first move, positionally speaking.
Yeah. And you do see a lot of those, grobs and birds in freestyle chess to open up a pair of bishops or a bishop and queen. Because, like, for example, here, if you played a central structure with f3, e4, opening up the g1 bishop and supporting the e-pawn, your queen is just crying in that corner. We're starting with e4.
And it's crying in the corner.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, Jan.
Ready.
What did I ever do to you?
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the position of the bishops, it seems like pleasant for white to try and set up a d4, e4 center supported by c3, f3. But then you really need a plan for the queen.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a3, bishop a2, or h3, bishop h2 is possible, but it's not like white. I mean, very often a minor piece can play a supporting role, and it can be, I like to phrase it as part of the same unit. Like, if white plays c3, yeah, the bishop is hemmed in by the pawn, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's sort of lying in the shadows, buttressing your center. So it's not as simple as, oh, how many squares does the piece control? That's not the only basis for judging whether the piece is doing its job or not.
Absolutely right. And something a little unusual happening here, Danya, which is Fedoseev thinking very early in a game. They had the 3 minutes to consider the position before the game started, which normally means that they've got the first one or two moves figured out. And in Fedoseev's case, he's been playing quickly throughout the tournament in the opening phase.
It's interesting. Grob is responsible for 1g4, and Bird is the player after whom 1f4 is named, and both of their first names are Henry. Hank Grob.
Hank. So
and of course,
C5.
John Sicilian, the Italian player after whom this opening is named.
Yeah, and here it's getting a big question mark. It's flying in the face of the bishop on g1. But if white plays f4, then the f4 pawn's hanging. And if white plays f3, well, we've talked enough about the queen on h1 and how much she'll be complaining. It's very tempting to move the f pawn.
So move one is a mistake, but I also think the eval bar is just a hater.
Yeah.
It just wants us to think that it's on our side, but in fact, it hates all that is good and holy, and it downvotes cat videos and, the like.
Even there. G3.
Yeah. I actually think like f4 and e5, the problem is that black might lose a lot of purchase in the center. And we'll have to burn a tempo protecting this pawn one way or the other when white plays f4.
Yeah, that is definitely a threat for black, that white could just grab that space with f4, get a tempo on the way.
I would go e5 here, actually.
To prevent f4. Another option would be g5, right? That would be also...
But then, wait, how do you defend the b pawn when white plays e5? Like, you have to calculate there.
Oh, yeah. I was going to play bishop takes e5, but yeah, who knows?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Okay, you do get away with it. And c3 actually prepares e5. So let me put this on the board. Very important for people. And actually, it's not so bad. e5, bishop takes e5. Maybe even d4 can be considered as an intermezzo. But the point, of course, is queen b7 is a terrible move because rook b8, and white is the one who's going to end up losing the rook.
Yeah.
You can play d4, I thought. But
By
just,
the way,
I guess,
sometimes
d4, yeah.
Sometimes in freestyle, you get positions that look like queen b7, bishop b2, queen a8, bishop a1. Those kind of things are just so hard to calculate. I know rook b8 is like a clear win for black there, but these lines become just really confusing quickly.
Yeah, and the bishop can't move like a rook, so it's so sad that white can't like put a bishop on a6, as you often can in these types of situations in regular chess. e5 played.
e5 played.
e3.
Bashes out bishop takes e5, c3 defending b2. So it's a pawn sack, and now he's saying you've got some bad tactical moments here, my friend. b7 hanging, rook a8 on the line, and and the bishop on e5 loose.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a longer term sacrifice trying to, catch the bishop with its pants down, or shall I say with its jeans down.
Right. And these are the situations that are so complicated, these openings, is when it gets dynamic and people are sacking things. You could play a move like knight g6 here, queen b7, rook b8, take on b2 with the rook, but it's flimsy for that rook to be all alone over there. But he does leave b7 hanging. He plays a version of that.
Yeah, my coach used to call this like unclogging the nostrils, a move like e5, right? It's like, well, what's the idea? Well, he's opening up the bishop and the queen. We talked about this. And the bishop on e5 is an undefended piece, right? The queen is now tied down. All of that put together creates a lot of tactical potential in the position. So Jan has to tread very carefully. He sacks the b7 pawn back, but in return, he'll get a couple tempi and more breathing room for his pieces.
Yeah, his idea here, by the way, is not to recapture on b2, because against rook b8, he knows white has queen d5 or queen e4, tempoing the bishop on e5. And even if he could play rook b2, I think rook b2, knight b3, he's probably scared of at the moment. So his idea is probably to develop rather quickly, right? To play something like queen b7, rook b8, and then f6 or f5, something like that, and try and castle kingside.
I didn't love the prospect of investing a couple tempi. On the other hand, Fedoseev says, yeah, but now your queen side is crippled. Now, as you said, you've moved your rook, so you can't castle. And in some endgame, this might become important. So when you're attacking, you don't just want to burn all of your bridges. You want to invest a little bit in the scenario where the attack doesn't succeed. So where will the queen go back to queen d5, queen e4? I wouldn't be shocked if it stayed on the queen side with queen a6. I don't know.
Yeah, I expect it to pop up on d5 or e4 here, just for that juicy tempo that you got to guzzle down. But this game is basically guaranteed to be madness, because black has already gotten their b pawn and g pawn either moved or captured. That means
game is guaranteed to beat Magnus. Sorry, go ahead.
What was that?
I said this game is guaranteed to beat Magnus.
Oh, to beat, yeah.
How can a game beat Magnus?
I don't know.
I interrupted you. Continue.
So basically, I was just going to make the general point that there is not really a long-term castled position for the black king, like anywhere. Therefore, the game's going to be crazy. Sustained craziness, It's not just going to become, and then it settles down.
Oh, shoot. So the blue arrow is showing us that knight c7 is a very important move to find. But
there's no way he plays it, by the way. That move's not on my list of candidate moves.
And Jan, I think, might be going for this crazy idea, because if knight d3, it looks like it wins the game. And I think it might actually lose the game, because if rook takes d2, maybe?
Well, there's the knight recaptures, and then you still trap the rook, huh?
Something to this effect. But also, bishop takes d3 right away was possible.
Yeah, I think he's going to play knight b3. And his plan is probably to take on c3 or something insane like that.
Closing the mousetrap on the rook and queen a3 threatens to win an exchange. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, black has a titanic effort in front of him to get out of this suddenly.
All right. You could play knight b6 to deal with queen a3. The c4 square is like a good square, but after knight b6, queen a7, then you're worrying about your king's back rank. I suppose you have a8 and b8 covered, but your knight's unmoored after queen a7.
Very good. Yeah, that was a really good joke, but I had to think about it. Okay. Jan in trouble. Again.
No.
Sorry, Vlad in trouble again. Again, I made this. I told you, once per broadcast. Every time. At least once I make this mistake. Vlad is in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like his plan was to take on c3. I mean, obviously he knew if he played rook b2, the rook would be trapped. That's clear. He could also have maybe had in mind rook d2, bishop c3. But
yeah, no way.
One problem for him is that white has this queen a5 move, actually, which is pretty discoordinating.
Oh, yeah, and it might be a little checkmatey. Also, we should remember the knight on f1, a very important defensive piece in the event that black does one of these shenanigans. Black just doesn't have the firepower, the fuel to launch any kind of attack. I mean, look at how these pieces are just passive spectators. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he might do a Fedoseev on Fedoseev. It's move 7.
Yeah. And if it were white's move here, Danya, I might actually even play f4 before queen a3 or king c1.
Oh, yeah.
Just getting the bishop g1 involved at the cost of a pawn, tempo on that bishop on e5, and, just knowing we're about to win material, so let's just get the bishop on g1 open, help our development, and then mop up.
I think black has to think about how to not lose in the next 3 moves. Maybe rook takes b3 and you're not happy, but at least you get a knight for the rook and you get a tempo. But that's not Fedoseev style.
From my experience, if he doesn't get castled kingside here, he's going to lose whether he loses the exchange or not. The thing that's really dangerous is that your king can just start getting checked here and you can't escape to the kingside.
Yeah, this is where you want to capture your own piece, but what a disaster to take 2 moves to get this pathetic little... It's an insult to bishops to call this bishop on g8 a bishop.
Now he sacks the c-pawn. I mean, queen c4 is a very clean move for white.
Maybe
and
f6 there to set up a discovery and make the commentator eat his words about the bishop.
Right, but I mean, then the queen's trapped on h8 as well as the rook on b2, so you just don't have a fault that's going to save the rook. I just cannot envision how he doesn't lose this game.
f5, actually.
The better version. Both
your idea, of course, f4, at some point the bishop could be opened up, but white wants to only press this button at the right moment. Right now, f4, knight takes f4 has to be calculated. So many... what's going on here? I mean, king c1, there is knight d4, so you have to tread very carefully. Now there's a discovered attack against the queen in the cards.
To me, queen a4 is very logical here because it gets out of all that tactical juice from the knight moves.
Mm-hmm.
It prepares queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps an eye on the b3 square and on the move f4 coming next. I think queen a4 should be winning.
Jan, he likes to play very concretely in these situations. He's not going to just lazily, play some move in order to avoid the need for hard work. He is definitely at least calculating bishop takes f5, as he should, because knight d4 there, queen d3 has to be investigated, but your move might be much more practical in, rapid time control.
A queen move to the 5th rank looks very playable as well, like queen b5 or d5 look like fine moves. Tempoing that bishop, if black sacks it on c3, you've got queen a5 check at the end, trading queens. Which may be what Fedoseev had overlooked like 3 or 4 moves ago when he went for rook b8, rook b2. He might have been planning that bishop c3 sack and then noticed queen a5 when the queen was on a6.
As much as I like to dunk on the email bar, actually, I think if we trace the root of this problem, it's the first move. I mean, the problems really did start once Jan, understood that the long diagonal is the queen's pathway to glory. Like once he played g3, it was already uncomfortable. And we do have to look at the other game very briefly, just as a status update, because it's a must-win for you, Yangyi. So let's zoom out real fast here. Sindarov has the black pieces on the right side of your screen, folks. And also an exciting position, by the way.
Yeah. But again, like last game, they're playing a little more restrained than the other pair, right? Like they're starting with f3, e4, f6, e5, establishing a solid, recognizable pawn structure. And now white's going to take over the center with d4.
White is a bad position, actually. Black can play e takes d4 and d5, I think. I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Perhaps white should have played even more solidly, queen g2 and castles kingside before advancing.
Yeah. I mean, on the left side, we see Jan bringing his bishop out, tying down the knight, setting up, of course, the mate potential on d7. But I mean, Java here, e takes d4 and then d7, d5. And look how beautifully coordinated black's pieces are there. Like the knight on b6 accessing c4,
Mhm.
It's guarded by the bishop, which is guarded by the queen. It's like a big conga line of pieces defending each other.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, CD4, D5. White could also play knight takes D4 first here if that knight is feeling loose, but the pawn on D4 will still be vulnerable there.
Yeah. So yeah, don't pre-move D5, but if you're Sindarov, I was even considering sometimes like not recapturing, but not here because again, the knight is protected. If it wasn't, you could consider a move like knight G4, but that just gets your knight trapped actually, which is kind of funny. And he does take.
Yeah.
Oh, F5 apparently.
F5
Really,
playable.
Riley. Really, Riley.
Yeah, I had thought of that with the knight trade on D4, that maybe F5 going straight after D4, and then if E5, D6.
It's just in my mind, I guess I didn't understand what to do here, but you can just play knight takes D4.
Mm-hmm.
And white has wait, does white have this? F6, queen F6, knight G4. Ah, there's queen F3. So I double attack your pieces, but simply queen takes F3.
Mm-hmm.
Chekovich, and that would be all she wrote, because let's not forget, white has to win this game. So
yeah, there was
and
also
he's played it beautiful.
Yeah, there was also potentially rook E1 check in that position. Okay, so he goes F5, and the big question is E5 for white. And then black could either go D6, F4, or play F4 themselves to try and cut off
or knight takes D4, yeah.
that resource, or the piece sack.
Piece sack fails tactically, I think. What would be your inclination?
I would think the piece sack would probably lose to knight E takes F5.
Exactly, very good.
So my inclination is actually to play F4 for black here.
Mm-hmm.
It's my sort of like instinct.
By the way, he's played D5, has Yangyi, so push the other pawn.
Oh, wow. That's unexpected. God. So he's opening up B2 to the queen. I know he's attacking a piece, but white can castle kingside in one move to escape things as needed. That button is there, that escape hatch.
Yeah, kind of feels like a one-man army, though, fighting a lot of different pieces here. And even like CD, ED, and then maybe like intermediate move F4 can be considered. What say you? Or even F4 immediately.
Yeah, F4 immediately. And is knight D4 bad here as well?
I honestly think there's only decent and good here. There's like black has so many enticing candidate moves.
Yeah.
But okay. No, this is a fantastic position for Sindarov. He should just play this like a normal game, right? The worst thing to do is to try to, which line is the least risk?
Right.
That's the common, platitude about not making a draw by playing for the win.
Yeah,
and it's
I
very
like knight
true.
D4. I like knight D4, and he goes for it.
Let's zoom out quickly. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay, so basically knight D4. We're going after C2 and B3 pieces. We just get rid of white's only threat of pawn taking the knight. If white trades on D4, queen D4 check. It's awkward. White doesn't get to castle. If white castled kingside, I was thinking I could take the bishop on C2 and then the knight on B3 would be hanging. Maybe I'd have queen B2 at the end, forking the knights on C2 and B3. If the white king castles here, I'm happy because that's a really weak area for white's king. A pawn's hanging. Light squares are weak.
Yeah, you're taking the bishop here if you're Sindarov on the right side. And like you said, the pawns are all on light squares. They're all under attack, from both sides. The knight from B6 can jump into C4. So for now, total control by Java here. But the other game is heating up. Well, it's been heating up since move 1. And it might be too hot to handle for Fedoseev, who is in serious trouble for the first time in this tournament. As Jan captures the knight.
All it takes is once. The rook on B2 is still basically trapped, and white is up a pawn. Not the most important factor in the position, but Something to
What
keep
is-
track of.
So he just took on b6, David, which is positionally a little strange because the bishop's a really good piece.
Yeah.
What is his follow-up here? It tells me he wants
There must
something
be a
very
s-
specific.
Yeah, there must be a specific follow-up. Maybe he's going to play king c1 next and was just avoiding knight a4. Just trying to say, like, this is the end of the road for that rook.
Ah, very well spotted.
Bishop on f5 is also hanging. So if he wants to do that, he might need to trade on e6 as well first. There's a lot of bishops to give, but...
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, rook takes b3 and knight c5 is a very serious problem. Like, if he plays g4, he might walk into something like this, knight c5, and I would not be comfortable. Like, this is like the worst way to win the exchange. You're giving black a lot of compensation here.
Yeah. You can even try it. Yeah. And then my other version, bishop e6, king b1, also, I think gives black lasting chances. Bishop pair against rook and knight is not so bad. If you just go rook b3, bishop b3, or rook a2, bishop b3 to maybe get a tempo there.
Wow. Oh, bishop f5, actually. Oh, this is an even bigger problem. That's why it's all zeros.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, that's not good.
And then rook c2.
How
How ironic.
I was thinking the exchange stack wouldn't be so bad there.
Yeah, +2 sounds crazy to me. And he's played king c1.
He's played king c1 with the bishop on f5 still hanging.
Oh, shoot.
So that's dramatic because black could maybe play something like rook b3, a b3, queen f5, and have plenty of material.
Rook b3, bishop takes c6, rook takes c3 is like the... I mean, it seems the computer is very disapproving of any situation where you give up the exchange. But I would argue here, black has a fantastic version. Rook takes c3, easy desperado. No, Jan has butchered this. Too many hands spoil the broth. And Fedoseev would have a fantastic position here. Instead, he has gone rook takes a2 right away.
A2.
Similar idea. Similar idea. Beautiful.
But more creative. Leaving some tactical juice on the a2, b3 diagonal. It's a playable exchange stack again, I think. Bishop pair against... Well, he gets an exclam for taking the bishop on f5.
As opposed to what, like resigning?
Yeah. Well...
You get a gold star for, making your bed today.
Yeah.
You get a gold star for being alive.
That evaluation bar sort of gives and takes, right? It gives you a big fat question mark for developing a piece normally on move 1 or 2, and gives you an exclam for recapturing.
It's not like my coaches, right? They would never say the word good game or praise. It's like, nope, exclams. But Yana screwed the pooch, and honestly, David, give me black any day. Any day. Especially Wednesday.
Well, okay. I'll take white if we're drafting colors.
It's just this bishop is a beast. I've been, flaming that bishop on g8, and finally it's uncontested and the knight on b3 is undefended. And it's one of those things, David, where you try to find the perfect way to win the rook, and you do this and that and the other thing, and it ends up backfiring 180 degrees. Like, you find the worst moment to win the rook.
Yeah. I guess if there's some threat here to the rook and knight, and you have to let black win the pawn on f4, and you're down about 2 minutes on the clock, then I actually do agree with you, Danya. It might be much more practical to be black here. And
he's down on
Fedoseev sighing a little bit, like he was feeling some tension in his first bad position of the game.
Absolutely anyone's game here. And of course, if they draw their second game, they will move to another 2 games of 5+2.
Yeah.
Jan is no stranger to that, but Fedoseev is a stranger to that.
Yeah. To me, it's 3 result right now.
Like, absolutely.
He could win, draw, lose.
I would consider to shut out this bishop, but so awkward. White's pieces are stumbling over each other.
Yeah, so hard to control two bishops.
Knight f4, knight d3 is a fork. Did he see that fork on d3?
I don't know. Maybe he's planning that his king is going to defend the knight and the square, right? Like knight f4, king c2. Maybe he thinks it's no big deal.
Oh my god, but this looks so dicey tactically. Wait a second. Let's see. What is the move here? It's +2. Is it knight d3, king d3, bishop b3? No. Knight g2 is possible as well. Oh, bishop b3, knight d3. Bishop b3, knight d3.
He
and
trades it up, and there's the second fork on c5.
And he's done it, and he's done it already, and Fedoseev is winning.
Oh my goodness, what a moment.
And Jan is, I mean, knight g3 is, it's just, you move the rook. But be careful if you're Fedoseev. Where do you move it?
Yeah. Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's like being very
it.
careful now. He's switching modes.
Don't mess this up now. He's got another chance. Is there a trick here? Like, why is rook f2 so important? Or is it just that you want to also hit some of the pawns while you're at it?
I mean, could I hide my rook on f8 until I've won the exchange and then come back out and try and convert?
Yeah, I mean, there, and also very important, David, rook f2, if white plays knight e4, then you can play knight takes c1 because the bishop is protecting the rook on f2.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be too scared. I would go rook f8, honestly.
Yeah, you would just hide. And
although you're only up a pawn. Like, let's not...
Yeah.
It almost looks like black is up more, but black is only up a pawn. So that's why rook f2 is important.
Right. You have your technical task cut out for you. Rook f8, you could probably eventually pull it out if you play the rest of the game perfectly. I would not count on being able to convert it against Jan. So, yeah, maybe you need to go attack the the 2 pawns on the second rank.
Knowing when to pause, such an underrated skill. And especially after the last game, I think Vlad, he knows that he has to be more precise when he's knocking on the door.
So rook f2, knight e4. An important thing there, Danya, to point out is black can't just play a move like rook takes h2 because the knight on e4 is covering the fork on c5. So that's the trickiness around this move.
You can go here potentially, rook f4. Rook f fork.
Okay, and now the rook, if it goes to e2 to keep the knight defended, you've got knight c1.
Look at how many forks
over there.
Do we have 3 separate forking squares, d3, c5, and c1. That's unreal. That's unreal.
So he could still go rook f4 there and collect it. That's tricky.
Yeah, because actually this I would be very apprehensive about, because look at how badly these pieces are placed. You could get trapped.
I think immediately there might be the move rook f4 going after your h-pawn. If you drop the h-pawn, like, goodbye endgame, right? Like,
yeah, you could lose this. So for armchair generals who are criticizing Fedoseev's move that he just played, this is what he actually had to see, and that's much more missable. Yeah, rook f4 was a tough detail to spot. He has gone rook f7. Sorry, Jan has... How do I get... Oh. Stop!
Well, folks, he just brought the rook to security, and so he's got this 1 pawn up endgame to try to convert. It's a 2-result game now, which is good for his nerves, but is by no means a done deal.
No. And Jan taking the hit, and I mean, how many times do you have to beat these guys? They've got 9 lives, and knight e2, the knight circling around. I would say it's sort of a 50-50 game between winning chances and drawing chances. A lot of pawn endgames are winning for black because you have the outside passer.
Yeah. Oh, man, he cuts off his king. Rough.
Trying to force overtime. Sindarov is still better on the other board. I'm keeping an eye on the other game, and we'll navigate over there in a bit.
Yeah, white's queen got out of h1, though. It's much more competitive than it had been before, right?
Yeah, Jan is doing the head bob, like, oh, this actually isn't so bad after all. Is he equalizing by getting his knight? I mean, Fedoseev has to be careful. I know that sounds crazy, but if you lose the h-pawn, Jan's going to start playing for the win.
Right, so he prepares to answer knight h5 with bishop e5, and Jan strikes with a pawn trade.
Amazing move, not fearing the rook endgame, because the rook will trampoline and pick off a lot of the weak pawns. I think it's going to be a draw, and we will get overtime, of course.
It does now feel like he has escaped. Wow.
Two chances for Vladimir. He was winning in the previous game. But rook f2 was very difficult in this game on demand.
Yeah.
No, it's...
Yeah, you had to calculate that rook f2, knight e4, rook f4 line, which was just a little counterintuitive. It's one of those really imaginative lines.
I mean, he should see it. He spent like 2.5 minutes, so I think he will be very disappointed when he looks at the game. But that's part of the skill of being a super GM, pushing that aside. Yeah, it's life. You know, it's what these super GMs do. They never die. Got to keep fighting. If you're Vladimir, and actually you have to keep making moves because he's down to 1 minute. And we talked about overpressing, David.
Yep.
Bishop takes g3, rook takes a7, I think.
Yeah, a7 and d5 are both hanging, and I think it's time to take refuge in the endgame with bishop takes g3.
Oh, wait.
Perhaps in dc4.
Yeah, bishop g3, I thought White could take on a7 intermezzo, but the bishop can actually drop back to a7.
Yeah.
C7, so no, White should take.
He could also play d takes c4 here on the principle that, you know, against rook a7, he plays king e6, and against knight e4, he has bishop h2, so there's no losing it. That's exactly what's happening, actually.
Vladimir might try king e6 here. I mean, White has to be a little bit careful. Bishop h2, king c3 is... Bishop h2, you can play knight g5, and knight takes h7. Is there a trap there? No, I don't think so. Anything
like knight takes h7, bishop e5 or something, and then you...
Yeah, I mean... It's a draw. We're going to overtime. I mean, was there ever any doubt?
Yeah, there was some doubt. I thought that a draw was very unlikely at many points in this game.
You know, White could mouse slip king g2 and it's still a draw, like because it's the wrong color pawn. Riveting endgame.
Boom, 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 boom.
Man, we're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. We're on to the next game between Sindarov and Yangyi, and we join at a perfect moment.
Yeah. White's king is a little bit exposed, but Black's king's not perfect either. Black appears to have lost his extra pawn somewhere along the wayside. So Yangyi may be saving the game, but that wouldn't save the match. No, he's never had a chance to save this match this game, has he?
Yeah, he's fighting not just Sindarov, who's a scary enough opponent, but also like the need to keep the game going, which is an even scarier opponent.
Yeah.
Shush. He's like, blue arrow, I don't care. I know queen d3 is the best move. That's not what I was asking about. How do I win this game?
I've played that move twice before. Can't do it 3 times.
I mean, everything else loses. He's going to try like king d1 or something. I think he has to.
Yeah.
But it's not a serious attempt.
So I don't know what Sindarov's experience is in Chess 960. Obviously, he's having quite a breakout event here. But, you know, he entered that qualifier with one of those 1600 ratings on Monday. So at least on his main chess.com account, he does not have much freestyle chess under his belt as he collects a spot in the finals.
Yeah, his experience level will rise because he is one victory away from punching his ticket to Weissenhaus. Javahir Sindarov, what a run he has had. The 19-year-old Uzbek Grandmaster who has held down very nobly the third board on the Olympic team. And now you will have to hold the fort against the winner of Nepomniachtchi Fedoseev, which is going to overtime after Jan dodges 2 bullets in a row. That man lives to fight another day, and we will have 5+2 action. David. Oh, can our hearts take another overtime match?
They can. We've had time to rest. I mean, unless you just have been playing Blitz since we last met, but I've had a chance to rest.
Partially.
So my heart is back. I can take another dose of adrenaline, and I'm ready for it.
But Kenyan, who has been playing Blitz he played Title Tuesday at 3 a.m. He's been jet lagged, so he'll have to find some reserves of gas in that tank of his, which seems bottomless, and we will reset the counter and get ready for overtime action. Before we do, we want to remind you that we've got some brand new stuff up at the chess.com merch store. Upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. Visit go.chess.com/merch or !merch in chat to shop around. All right, load up on the latest and greatest in chess.com merch. Load up on the latest and greatest overtime action as we determine who will move on to face Javier Sindarov in the finals of the Weissenhaus knockout portion. Only one player will make his way to Germany. Who will that be? Vladimir and Jan contest the second semifinal overtime when we return.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Middens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Middens says.
Were you ever leaning towards asking me to help you for the candidates?
Yes, I did consider it.
No, not just consider. Like, you were about to do it versus not do it. You just didn't think about the question, but you were like, at some point in time, you thought like, I'm going to ask him. Did you have that moment?
Not exactly how you put it, but I gave it more serious thought than you think. Yeah.
No, I think you gave it very serious thought.
Okay, maybe then less serious than what you think, but yeah, I did consider it.
True.
It was not entirely my decision.
Was Surya against it?
Something like that.
The backstab, yeah? Surya sir, you know, we've been known each other for many years. No, but it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know Daniela has got my back, so. Now, some career-related questions. Would you rather win Olympic team gold, which is what you have done, or individual gold at Olympiad on board one?
No, I think team gold. Individual medals are not as
on
worth.
board one.
Yeah, but it's
no,
not.
But think about the whole thing. On board one.
Yeah, I would still like.
No, but it means that you are playing on board one. Plus, you have the medal.
No, I would feel good, but it doesn't hold the same value as team gold. Like team gold.
I'm calling BS.
True.
Wow. Nationalism in there, yeah?
Of course, I mean, it has much more
Wow.
value than an individual gold.
Respect. Are you intending to retire from chess in the next 5 years?
It's likely, but it's a thought that comes and goes. Like, I'm not certain.
Seems true.
What do you plan to do after that?
Something less stressful.
Yes.
Okay, true. Do you think you are lazy?
Sometimes.
Yes, you think so?
Would you call yourself greedy, like for money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as philanthropic as I should be.
Yes, he is.
Is meditation the main reason behind your good results in the past 2 years?
Not necessarily. It's a catalyst, but not the main reason.
It is a significant reason.
Yes.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
Hey, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is no stranger to World Championship matches, and he is certainly no stranger to playoffs and overtimes. His experience will come in handy as he faces the prospect of a blitz playoff 2 games against his opponent, the Fischer Random juggernaut Vladimir Fedoseev, who will have to move past the 2 opportunities he was winning in both of the 15-minute games. But the slate is wiped clean, and they've got 2 games of 5+2 in fresh positions in front of them. I am David Bruce. More overtime action. The pressure could not be higher.
Yeah, some of the most memorable action yesterday was in these matches that went to the limit, including the Armageddon game between Lazovic and So. So I'm excited to see this. Even though I love the longer games, 10, 15 minutes to really get into it and think about it. I've also been enjoying the intensity of the longer matches where you have to go again and again against the same opponent. So we'll see how they can go. So far, they seem pretty well balanced or matched to me. Jan, obviously, the world-class player who's played for world championships again and again and again. Maybe a little bit tired with the jet lag, and Fedoseev just completely undefeated so far through, 16 games so far in this event. And I mean, you can't knock him out unless you beat him at some point. Maybe an Armageddon draw.
In terms of classical chess, Fedoseev has really always punched above his weight. And people forget that, there's this class of players, and Sindarov sort of, I would consider among them, who are, low 2700s or very high 2600s. And Fedoseev has been vacillating back and forth. He's now something like 2720. And, they hold their own very much against the world elite. They might not get some of the invites. They might be aspiring to, the Tata Steels and all of those tournaments, but that doesn't mean that they are not beasts in their own right. And we have a position, and it's that king keeps shifting to the right. It started on B1, then we had a position with the king on D1. Now it's on F1, and again the bishops are close together, which is a sort of separate category of positions that I like, because we get less of the prospect of a major trade of bishops.
Yeah. And here we've got all the minor pieces grouped on a single side of the board, which is pretty particular. If the kings stayed over on the king side, they'll have, no minor pieces near them for a while. Castle and queen side will take a little bit of work. And the most natural deployment of pieces is basically C3, D4. So both bishops can come out and you reserve a square on B3 for your knight. That's how Hans would play it. I'm pretty sure he'd be content to play C3, D4 and a clean, solid positional start to the game.
Yeah, kind of a London system-esque inspired approach to the center. Vladimir has the white pieces in the first blitz game. Again, 5+2, folks. If we tie again, we will get an Armageddon, as we did yesterday in... actually, we had Armageddon, I think, in Lazovic So, which was another insane game. Let's not forget the heroics of Denis Lazovic to win an unwinnable position, quite literally. Although his run was extinguished in the end by Sindarov. Or no, by who? Sorry.
Oh, he was extinguished by Yangyi last night. But it was that Lazovic Wesley So rook and knight endgame that inspired me when watching the first game between Sindarov and Yangyi to say there's always chances that something could happen in this game as they get lower on time. The interaction between the rooks and knights, tactics are always coming up.
Indeed. Jan versus Fedoseev. Here we go. The gong is about to sound. And time management, very different. With 5+2, you need to conserve time for the middle game. Although it's in the commentators, what's stressful for the players is in the commentators' best interest. So the more time they spend, the likelier a time scramble. And who doesn't love a good old school time scramble?
Yeah, I mean, Fedoseev kind of got away with losing a minute or two on the first move in the 15-minute game. But here in the 5-minute game, hopefully he'll be at his computer when the game starts.
Yeah, I don't know what the holdup is, but let's get this show on the road, Vladimir.
Walking away
you want
to
your
work
water.
on the tea.
You want your sparkling water and whatever that is. That's a European beverage. I don't know that brand.
But he's going to need the full 5 minutes, in my opinion. And hopefully he's got his first move planned at this point.
It's a nice purple sweatshirt. I mean,
love it.
Got to get your 10,000. Oh, never mind. Los Angeles Lakers.
Beautiful, beautiful color. And also Los Angeles Lakers, some kind of European brand. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what ball. That must be a soccer team. Yeah.
Maybe. Don't they call soccer like foosball or something?
Yeah,
in Europe?
football. But
Football.
football is where they throw the quarterback. Soccer. And Golden State Warriors, we're going to move Vladimir to NorCal soon enough. I'll work on him.
Got the
And
first
you called
move
it,
off.
David.
Yeah. Yeah, this seemed very logical with those minor pieces. And then there's two different approaches to this position for white, broadly speaking. One is you try and maneuver your knights to better squares quickly. The other is you try to play e4 to gain supremacy. Ooh.
And the other is you just do exactly what your opponent does. And I would play queen f7 here, actually.
Sure,
because you want to
kingside
castles.
castling.
And then e4, e5. I'm not ruling that out. Castles, e4, e5.
Yeah, if e4, e5 hits the fan, you don't want your king on f8. You definitely want to be able to castle. So queen f2, queen f7. Now black has to choose between castling and e5, and e5 may be obligatory. Yeah.
And it's not trolling. Like in some situations, actually, it's a totally legitimate. I mean, he's making the best moves.
Yeah.
At some point, obviously, white's going to, play e takes d5, and black will destabilize the. At that point, if you're memeing, you're going to play ed.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not. He's
Yeah.
trying to get into the Weissenhaus on-site tournament.
Yeah. I would hope we're not here for some memeing, but for some real top-class chess.
And here we go, because DE. And let me just show for newer play, like what happens if you engage in total copycat chess? At some point, you're going to run into a check, and the rules of the game will stand in your way.
Yeah.
So we're
derail symmetry. Queen c5, just slightly awkward for black.
Yeah. F4 at some point too. Can be prepared. Maybe castles in F4.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely throw in queen c5. But he takes a different approach to that diagonal. He's got bishop b6, bishop a7, bishop c5. Okay. Bit of pressure introduced.
So if Jan castles, bishop c5 traps the exchange. But Jan says, go take my b6 pawn. Absolutely. Help yourself. Right. Give me the dark squares. Give me the initiative. And if I'm Vladimir, I would double back and castle kingside here. I would not take on b6.
Yeah. The problem is bishop e3. If you're not going to use that bishop, then you're blocking the knight on d1. And, you're going to be regretting that you played bishop e3 if you don't get something juicy out of it.
I would consider bishop back to c1. I mean, my old coach Gregory Kaidanov called this saying sorry, where sometimes the best approach when you realize you've messed up is just to retract the piece. And it's not great. You've lost some tempi, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, the bishop's too important a piece to trade on c5 or b6. It's too much, in this position, a bishop is still superior to a knight.
Talk about potential energy, right? This bishop on b8, it's going to be a beast the moment white castles kingside and black finds the right time to play e4.
Okay, he tries to solve the problem. Get rid of that knight on e6. Get the bishop to c5 after all.
Great move by Fedoseev.
Yeah, I think he can castle, recapture on e6 with the rook.
White is worse, but he's limited the damage. He's limited the damage of bishop e3.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. He found the solution to... He still has us a tempo with castling kingside. But yeah, the damage has been limited. Good solution.
Castles, e4, f. Okay, bishop c5 first to, again, clear up that e3 spot for the knight.
Yeah.
But conversely, you're giving the rook the lift potentially to h6. So that has to be factored into your calculus here.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's tempting to play rook h6 now.
Yeah.
f6 he goes, preparing e4.
Okay. Looking for some pressure there.
Okay, so knight e3 walks into e4. And by the way, this is why he put the rook on f6, because if not, then white would have been able to meet e4 with f4.
Yeah. Okay, crazy line already possible, Daniel. This is how I look at things. You look at knight e3 anyway.
Let's see
e4.
Mm-hmm.
And then you trade on b6.
Sure.
Say the pawn takes. Then you go knight takes d5.
Uh-huh.
Queen takes d5. Bishop takes e4. And the idea is like maybe you're going to have bishop h7 or bishop d5 next move. Problem is there's mate on h2. And so it's just no good here, right? Nothing to be done. So he's played knight e3 though. He's
Great call.
Anyway.
And of course, like you're trying to illustrate the concepts. The fact of the matter is this is a double-edged sword. This pawn formation, the center. Yeah, congrats, you control the center. But because you don't have that pawn on c6 to hold it together, you constantly have to keep an eagle eye on the d5 pawn. Bishop to d4.
Bishop d4
has been
was
played,
his idea.
Inviting rook h. He's like, yeah, please get your rook to h6 so that I can play f4.
Oh, yeah. And then the knight will be on the blockade square. He says, no f4 for you.
I'm going to put a rook on it. Stick a fork in it.
The second stage of my plan, Danya, was to go like bishop c2 in a position like this. And then when black goes ef3, I'm playing like bishop takes b6, knight d5 there, opening the e file, and I've got bishop b3 ready.
I really like that maneuver. He's gone queen e2, sliding his queen out of the x-ray, but encouraging e takes f3. Don't tell Jan twice. We get a big trade on f3, and things are liquidating.
Yeah, he's just playing for something simple. He's diffusing the chances of getting mated on h2 and saying, you know, I take one broken pawn on the king side. I'm out of the danger. It's simpler position. And your d5 pawn will be weak enough that I won't lose this endgame.
Back in the era when people could download ringtones on their flip phone, both of these players would just have the capture tone on chess.com. Like, man, things just like that. But look at this, David. B3, knight d2. And there are some fork tactics that are reminiscent of the previous game, like bishop takes h2. So Vlad says, no, not going to allow the knight to get to d2. But what about bishop f4?
I was just expecting king f2, leaving all the pawns hanging, but going after knight d5 and rook g1 for white.
What is he intending against bishop f4? I'm not seeing it because king f2 does hang the pawn on h2. And then knight takes d5, bishop g1. Holy smokes. There's bishop h2, knight d5, bishop g3. And there's potentially checkmate there.
But instead he trades the knight off first to maybe take on h2 more safely. But a7 is hanging, so still white is fine.
But bishop g1 there will win the exchange.
Oh my gosh. Bishop g1, king e1, and bishop a7.
And, yeah, rook takes rook and bishop takes a7.
Oh my goodness.
Let me show. As a matter of fact, even bishop g3 is winning. And it's even simpler because this is the mate I was talking about. Just like that.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So what's the move here? Is it f4 trying to play against the bishop?
F4 is plausible. There's also very slow bishop c2 to b3.
Your idea from earlier. 1 minute. I think Vladimir might have forgotten about that pawn. He didn't have something prepared here. He's in trouble. But
goes with f4.
Okay. Bishop g4, rook e1. I don't know what the idea was there. Oh, and that's a blunder because of bishop c5.
Well, you can't take with the rook?
Because the king slides over to g2, and it's a double attack against the bishop on h2 and the other bishop. And the other bishop. And he's found it! Oh my god, what a turnaround. And king f3 if the rook moves back to d8. David, Jan's losing a piece here.
Wow.
This is insane.
Nepo had planned for something like king f3, g5, right? That was sort of his... Or, sorry, king f3, bishop f4, g5.
Yeah.
Kind of his main concept there.
He just didn't realize the pawn could be left on pre and that the rook would actually block the escape of the bishop. Bishop g4, bishop takes f8, bishop takes c2, bishop d6 also keeps the bishop trapped.
Wow, and under a minute on the clock, Fedoseev seizes his opportunity, and he's calculated several moves ahead.
Oh no, Jan had to take the bishop on f8, and he would have had some chances. Oh my gosh, what a collapse.
Oh my goodness. Decisive moment. Jan tries to collect himself, takes a sip, calculating off in the distance.
He's like, what did Spassky do in 1972 in this situation?
Yeah. Except Spassky was in Fedoseev's seat.
Oh yeah, that's true. What did Fischer do?
Yeah. What did Fischer do? He moved some pawns.
And then he
came back because it was a longer match. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know if 2 games is enough.
Oh my gosh. Well, he'll have to move the bishop and then give the other one for f4, but there's too many pawns on the queen side. It's just it's resignable. Borderline resignable.
I think what Fischer did was not show up for the second game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Gave him the 2-game handicap.
Yeah, just don't let Dubov anywhere near a bed. Fischer went back to take a nap.
I may have fallen asleep, said Bobby.
Well, Jan fell asleep here, and such an easy thing. He just resigns, and yeah, there's no hope here. There's no hope after King G2. You lose a full piece. Insanity.
Wow, incredible. Now, Danya, I was doing a little more research again this morning, and I noticed that both Jan Nepomniachtchi and Yu Yangyi are already members of the most distinguished and elite club in the chess world, the Freestyle Club, right? The rarefied air. So to a certain extent, I think there's more on the line, more pressure, more of an opportunity for Fedoseev and Sindarov to try and, seize a spot here in Weissenhaus, whereas I think that Yu Yangyi and Nepo are already in the club. Could be expecting some invites to future events.
Yeah, in the club. That makes sense. That makes 50 cents. And Vladimir Fedoseev, I'm just so impressed with his composure and his mental toughness, right? He misses a win in game 1. He misses a win in game 2. And then he finds the hardest win in game 3 with the least amount of time available on his clock.
Right.
Bishop c5 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like Jan's pushing around his pieces, and suddenly his own bishops get absolutely massacred. Amazing how just chess, how offense turns into defense, right? Just at the drop of a hat like that.
Right. I mean, it was critical, I guess, some of the decisions he made to limit the damage, right? Like he makes that choice to go knight b3 to c5 and get a square for the bishop on e3, bring out the knight from e3, allow e4, just playing queen e2 and taking a structural damage rather than risking more buildup against his king, right? Rather than doing something super sharp.
I think you highlighted the crucial moment, right? If you're looking at this game with an eye toward improving, he played bishop e3. He realized that his intention would have, led him down a very dark path. And he wasn't afraid to swallow his pride and, make the U-turn, because limiting the damage can be the difference between digging yourself immediately into a lost position and only being slightly worse. And now Jan Nepomniachtchi in a must-win scenario yet again. But he is no stranger to moments where he has to perform. Position is available.
He came down from 2-0 in a 4-game match as recently as last week. So 1-0, that's fine. He just has to win 1 game.
There was a tournament last week I didn't see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you some clips from it after the show.
Oh,
you can catch up.
I'm sure it was fun. Man, I wish I was there.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel about every tournament. Here, the c7 square, put a knight there, and it's all over.
Yeah, there's very interesting dynamic also between the queen and the bishop, where like you have a game of chicken. Like, will white play b3 first, or will white try to wait for black to play g6 because their b3 will provoke a very nasty weakness with f6?
With f6, yeah. And as you've mentioned a couple of times, when you've got the bishops side by side like this, it's not easy to open both their diagonals at once, right? So maybe f6, e5 is a more solid or preferable way to get them out than trying to go for the ambitious g6, hoping for bishop g7 and f5.
Okay, Jan Nepomniachtchi has white in a must-win game. If he wins this game, 1-1 is the score, and we go to Armageddon. And, wow, Fedoseev really asserting himself as one of the top Fischer random players in the world, no doubt about that. And just how smoothly he plays the opening is what stands out to me. Like, he's almost always at least slightly better out of the opening, if not winning on the spot, as he was against Dominguez.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, with all these top, freestyle events this year. I've been wondering, are we going to start seeing certain players who are clearly better at it than classical, right? Who are going to have, let's say a top 10 position instead of top 50 or top 30 instead of top 100, depending where they are in the pecking order. And what kind of players are those going to be? Is there going to be a certain pattern? We're going to say, oh, these are guys who are better at playing the opening without opening theory. Is that going to emerge somewhere here? And I'm wondering about Fedoseev and Sindarov here at this point after this event.
And now we often like to clown, as we stand on the shoulders of giants, on Steinitz and Philidor and on the early forefathers. But now we know how they felt, right? Where they were developing principles and trying to postulate about where the pieces belong and, what are the principles of proper development. And we see that here. Like, do you start with flank pawn moves? Do you block your queen or do you not block your queen? It's, a pretty overwhelming amount of processing that you have to do given all the different positions that are available. And Jan develops his knights. These knights come out to d3 and c3.
Right. And Fedoseev looking to bring out one bishop to h7 and the other to e7. So they're going to part ways and go in different directions here. c6 keeps that knight on c3 far away from c7. And Danya, you mentioned Philidor, so I just can't resist the chance to ask you, would you consider Philidor the greatest chess player of all time?
Philidor?
Yeah.
Is this like a meme?
No, it's just a question. I'm just, you're a budding chess historian.
At the time he was considered to be, he was like a cause celeb.
Yeah.
And so was Morphy. So definitely at the time he was undisputedly the best player.
Yeah.
Morphy was so good that like his compatriots essentially used the 19th century equivalent of he plays like a computer. Like Adolf Anderson, who was a German math teacher in the world #2 after Morphy, literally has a quote where he says Morphy plays like, and what would you say if you wanted to say he plays like Stockfish? He plays like an automaton. I don't know how to say that word. That's his quote.
Yeah.
He doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, it might be pronounced tomato or it might be pronounced automaton. I'm not sure either. Yeah. But yeah, in a time before computers and almost before machines, how do you say somebody played like a machine, right? So.
Yeah, and Lasker did use that phrase to refer to Capablanca. He plays like a machine.
Yeah.
So the concept existed, and the concept of Jan having to win this game also has existed. How does he do that? Does he take on d6? He's investing a lot of time on this decision.
Right. That would equalize the structure, so he prefers not to.
b6, what's his idea? What is he trying to do after b6?
He's going to then trade on d6 and bring this knight back to e4, perhaps?
But then d5, he's lost like 3 tempi for no reason there.
Black's position looks very smooth, and there's a danger of losing the pawn on c2, which is not pleasant at all.
I'm really confused by this move. Knight a6, rook c8, and the knight is essentially trapped.
Okay, he went for it. And then some development.
Ugh. This looks really sketchy.
What about c5, trying to just sock it to him, trying to go c5, c4? Oh, he trades on e4 first.
The thing is c5, bishop b5 check now. But e5, what a move that would be. And he's played it immediately.
Fedoseev is an experienced Caro-Kann player, right? And this is how you respond to the fantasy variation, right? This d e4, fe4, e5 move. So he's going to be comfortable with this structure he's getting here. He's also cutting the knight off from b4. So
great move. And I'm sure e6 would have been fine, but you just said it, David. The biggest advantage of e5, not only the tempo, is after de you can stick this knight on e6. Talk about Nimzovich, how proud he would be of that knight on e6. Yuck. This is very yucky for Jan.
Yeah. Yuck moves, but he tries to get the queen from a1 into the game, which is a major factor in this starting position and this opening is just the queens on a1 and a8 struggling to get good. And there comes the queen heading for e5.
Yeah, but CD would be my instinct, and then queen e5. DE, queen g7.
DE, queen g7.
Yeah, rook g8, queen h7.
My instinct is to castle, so that against queen e5, we just go bishop f6 and keep playing.
Oh yeah, just forget about it, especially in a blitz game. That's great instincts by you, dude. And I think Fedoseev is a very practical player. He will do just that.
Yes.
You have been on a roll, my friend.
Intense moment.
Okay, what does Jan do now?
Is locked in. He's locked in.
Bishop h4, g3, bishop f6, I thought?
Yeah, I think he thinks like bishop h4, bishop f2 doesn't even help him. Like technically the white king can't castle, but you know, he just...
Oh no.
King f2 with tempo and then the rook comes out.
Bishop c3 check can be thrown in. It cannot be thrown. I would just play cd, honestly, to keep my options open.
Right.
But you can give a check also.
Yeah. Either is very, very good here. Even bishop takes e4 is an advantage for black. So black can really do absolutely anything here, but cd is the most obvious to me. If e5, bishop takes e5, queen e5, you don't have rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing he has to have a plan in mind. It's probably e5, rook e8, bishop d4, knight c6, something like that.
Also, be careful. Bishop d3, ef threatens checkmate. Even that position's okay after bishop g6, but I would be very inclined to play rook e8 here, unless there's bishop e7 is a weird choice. That's a strange move.
White's got to be happy. White's got to be happy because for the first time, it resembles a little bit of game kind of position here.
Yeah, and White's ready to castle.
Bishop h6, queen's still on a8.
Okay. Well, the first step toward winning this game for Jan is to not be losing. So.
Yep. And to finish development, which he's now done. So his problems seem more or less confined to the confined knight.
Yeah.
And Fedoseev has to be careful about his rooks being disconnected, right? Like you go queen c2, rook c1, you regret.
And b5, knight b4, like it's not like White has no way to evacuate. And queen g6, given that you need to draw, is a move I would be very attracted to. Because again, the knight will be able to jump out onto e6. Like all you need is a position where you're like impervious. You don't actually need to choose the best objective line.
Okay. So you like queen g6. I'm slightly scared of basically being down a pawn after queen g6. You've nailed it.
Well, I'm not sure I'm proud of that because after the trade, maybe White has winning chances. I like a4, a5 at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But Fedoseev, once he gets a knight to e6, he'll be able to play d4 and shut the bishop out. I just don't see Black being in too much danger here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the move that allows him to play knight e6. He didn't play knight e6 because of bishop takes h6, right? So that's sort of the thought process. Is he wants to get that knight to e6, a great square plus connecting the rooks is mandatory here.
And I mentioned you don't want to play for a draw, but it's not the same thing as if you have a solid option, being aware of the circumstances. And now knight e6.
He might have had queen b5 as a very powerful move, actually, Danya, instead of queen g6. Queen b5, bishop h6, knight e6, stopping mate, and then you just win the knight.
And the knight was trapped there.
Yeah, it was just done.
And this is where he has to time the move d4 correctly, because d4 creates a weakness.
Yeah.
But I would play it. And he does.
Yeah. He has to be able to go after e5 before White goes after anything.
Well, we get Irish pawns. What about bishop g5 takes an hg? How about them apples?
This just looks like an intricate position to me. I would be unhappy as Black to have landed here after that opening. So killer.
Yeah, Jan is thrilled that the game is still going. b5 and rook c6 is a very typical idea.
He's got a time lead, and although Jan is known as an attacking and calculating player, his endgame instincts are superb. Like every time he's had a slightly bad endgame, the defensive technique has just been like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. People like to slice and dice. Oh, what are his strengths and weaknesses? The word weakness is not really in the lexicon of any of these top players. Oh, what a gutsy move by Fedoseev. He better win this pawn. But I think he will.
Oh, the knight's coming to b4.
Takes an a5, knight d5. Got to be careful if you're Fedoseev. Maybe king f7 is a...
Maybe move the king first.
Rook,
and he does.
Check, king e8, zigging and zagging. And I think he's getting the job done.
Oh, so intense. He zags.
And knight c5 at the right moment. How about right now?
Now is as good a moment as any.
Whoa.
Instead, he goes to f4. He's looking at knight e2 and knight d3 in case of a5 next.
a5 white has g3 though. Does he not? So I would even consider king f2 here, believe it or not. Seemingly walking into the fork, but because you have g3, I'm not actually sure how to evaluate that rook endgame.
I think you can draw it by just blind pushing the b pawn until you trade it for the c pawn. But black is slightly on the defensive in that position. It's true.
It's gotten very tactical. It's so easy to blunder here. I'm really worried for Fedoseev suddenly. Knight e6, c7.
Yeah, and knight d3, rook d4, knight e5, rook e4 is not the simplification that you need.
Oh, c7, knight c5, knight c5, rook c7. There's all these ideas where the knight steps away, giving up the rook. But Vladimir,
he's
ironclad resistance.
Yeah, seeking salvation in the pure rook ending. Very, very reasonable.
Fantastic awareness of where he needs to take the game, what his roadmap is to making a draw. Rook d6,
rook b4,
b3.
rook c6 looks pretty balanced. And as you say, rook d6, b3, and you're probably going to be coming back on that decision.
You can go rook d6, b3, c7.
Okay.
But rook d6, Fedoseev could even go rook c7 and just blockade the pawn.
Right. And then you have to say sorry and go rook d4.
King e7 I would play. I would not even rush to push the pawn.
Right. So b3, c7, b2, rook b4, rook c7. I would be drawn to. But yeah, why not use your king?
Noble effort by Jan to even generate chances, but Vladimir has just been unstoppable. He has not lost a single game this entire event.
Yeah, and it looks like he might not.
It might stay that way unless we see a miracle. And I don't think we're getting any miracles today. At least not in this match. Rook a2. G4. All roads lead to Slovenia.
Yeah.
Only thing to avoid is a pawn endgame, David. That's really the one thing.
Like rook a5, king e4, rook a4, check, rook d4.
Yep. Although there, if white had gone rook d2, black would trade and win the e-pawn. Take the pawn on h2.
Yeah. The key to drawing a chess endgame is eliminating all your opponent's pawns.
Yep. Because even Jan Nepomniachtchi's king moves like Joe Schmo's king.
Yeah.
G5. And that's it. There goes the last pawn after rook g3 and rook e3. And there go Jan Nepomniachtchi's hopes of staging yet another comeback.
All right. Jan trying to win with the last pawn.
Okay, I think if you have a Philidor position with 2 extra pawns, it's still a draw.
Right.
Rook f1, yeah. Rook f5, rook f6. Just no pre-moves.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And if this were a title Tuesday, we'd get another 50 moves, but it's not. It's a Wednesday, and it means Vladimir Fedoseev, what a deserving finalist he is.
Yeah.
A little smile there from Jan. He tips his hat. Vladimir chugs the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've earned it, my man. Attack that water.
He got pushed to the limit there. He's going to go refill. That was, you could see he gave everything he had, and he's going to have to recharge for the finals. You know, he needs a 2 or 3 minute break before taking on Javokir Sindarov.
Yeah, fully decked out in the Lakers shirt.
Yeah, so that's our final, and who would have seen this coming, Danya? 2 of the 4 qualifiers. I thought it was insane for 2 of the 4 qualifiers to make it through day 1 of the knockouts, but for us to reach the final with 2 out of 4 qualifiers when there were 12 invited 2700s, waiting for them in this knockout bracket. It was just death in all directions.
I mean, so many stages, and it shows us that it's not just hypothetical, right? It's not like, oh, we're giving players a token chance to qualify. Yeah, this is the path, and Vladimir Fedoseev is on the path, and he faces 19-year-old Uzbek phenom Javahir Sindarov, who has forged his own impressive path. They are the two finalists. Only one of them will make his way to Weissenhaus for the February 1st event. And who will it be? Which of them will be the lucky one? We will find out when they play 2 15-minute games to decide that. But first, a short break as we set the players up for the finals of the Freestyle Grand Slam Knockout. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ever since the chess engine Deep Blue defeated world champion Garry Kasparov in 1997, computers have been better at chess than even the best humans. Today, the margin isn't even close. Top engines play near-perfect chess, and playing against them is basically futile. But every now and again, there's a chess puzzle that stumps the engines, and us humans can solve it faster. Let's take a look at our first puzzle. So, when we initially look here, the engine, as you can see, still thinks it's a draw. But if left for long enough, eventually it might find the mate in 8 sequence. So, let's look at the first, most intuitive sacrifice, maybe bishop f7. But then after the king takes back, queen follows up with queen h5, king g7. There's no real follow-up. There's no continued attack for white. So if we go back to the initial position, let's try that. Well, I already gave it away. Let's try that in a different move order, where instead of the bishop coming in first, we sacrifice the queen. As humans, of course, we love to sacrifice our queen. It just feels so good. And the king takes, and now we do the bishop check, and you'll see that this critical g6 square is cut off. So the best try for black is to go down here to king h8, and then we have a very quiet but deadly move. So we can bring in knight d2. Not attacking right away, but it's preparing knight f3, which, as you can see, would lead to checkmate. What black can do is try to delay this, maybe by pinning. We can just push here, takes, and now black can only delay the inevitable. They can try f4 here to try to give themselves an escape square, but we just go knight f3 all the same, king g4, and now we have the pièce de résistance, a quiet, subtle e4. Now they have no more moves. No matter what black plays, we have checkmate on the next move. Ooh, how satisfying is that?
Back we are after a short break, and the stage is set for the finals. Only 2 players. They have weeded through a field of sharks. They have been the sharks. Vladimir Fedoseev, the hooded one, and Javahir Sindarov. They're focusing. They're getting ready. They're settling their hearts.
Yeah.
They are in the final because only one of them, only the winner, punches his ticket to Weissenhaus, where they will play the likes of Viswanathan, Magnus Carlsen, and Dommaraju, Gukesh, and many others. I am David Pruce. What a run it's been. What a run it has been so far.
Very exciting, and I hope that chess organizers around the world take note of what the Grand Slam Chess Tour has done here, the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour, by having qualifiers for spots in what is essentially like a closed tournament, a super tournament in Weissenhaus. They're going to get a fresh face, right? They're going to get... See, if Jan Nepomniachtchi or Wesley So had qualified from this event and you saw the field, you would have said, oh, it's an invitational field. You know, they invited the top 10 players in the world and they got them, right? But instead, we're going to get a fresh face here in that lineup with either Fedoseev or Sindarov. And I appreciate that. I think the fans appreciate that. I think the qualifying process on its own is exciting and thrilling. And I hope to see more tournaments doing stuff like this.
Yeah, I think that it's obviously a great opportunity for everybody to get involved in the action. I do think from a constructive criticism standpoint, it would be nice to have some prizes, some consolation. It would be nice to have more qualifying spots in the future. But nevertheless, there's an argument to be made that having only one spot, you see the effort that is being put in. It's do or die. It's literally you win everything or you go home. So it fosters this kind of uncompromising chess, which is in the spirit of Fischer Random to begin with. So it's been an awesome little qualifying phase. And the best part is that this is just the prelude to the real waltz in February.
Yeah. I agree with your points, actually, Danya, because I think, having such top level players play, 3 days of chess, great show that we've had so far, it would make sense for there to be, a few $1,000s here and there for the players who have been fighting through this knockout. Some of them are already in the Players Club, so they are getting a little bit of money anyway, just by being in the Players Club. Also, it could be reasonable to have a second qualifying spot, but I think in general, they want to use some existing big opens and famous tournaments, so they want to invite whoever wins a recent tournament and have that as another spot in their Grand Slams.
Indeed.
In this case, they were planning to invite the winner of the World Championship match to Weissenhaus. So that was Gukesh's spot. Could have been Ding.
Well, the board is about. My mouth is on fire. Never eat Carolina Reaper nuts during a broadcast, but the board is about to be on fire. The board is about to be on fire, and the A7 pawn, that is the one that I am looking at.
Yeah.
That is the one I'm looking at, and that is the one that many players have blundered, right? It's insane how rare some of these patterns are, and your brain just short circuits. So if Java here plays F4, I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, Vladimir beats him to the punch with F5.
Yeah.
Threatening to win the game.
So now he can defend. Now he can defend A7 in case of F4 with the very resourceful queen takes A2.
Actually, the pawn can be sacrificed, but yeah, not on move 2. Let's calm down. Hold your horses, says Sindarov.
Well, I had a game recently with this kind of a structure where I did leave the A pawn hanging and I played a move like B4. And if queen A2, I had just development with knight C3, rook coming to A1 quickly, and it would be very playable. So there do exist positions where you can leave A2 or A7 hanging to a queen on move 2.
What a strange just setup structure. Like, you have so many different avenues that the knights could take. Knight A3 might be met with A6. Knight C3, you'd have to reckon with queen takes C4. Knight E3, knight DC3. It's like you've got 4 choose 3 ways of arranging the knights on these 2 squares.
Yeah, and you've got a very strange question here of whether or not you might want to play bishop d5 to put black's pawn on e6 to block in their own queen a little bit, like just deliberately, because they're going to play g6 to let the bishop on h8 out, right? So you play bishop d5, force all their pawns to light squares like that, and then just drop back to g2.
Knight bc6, so he has fianchettoed the other bishop. And now the knights. How do you arrange the knights such that they cooperate with the bishops rather than taking the spotlight away from them?
Yeah, and also without stepping on each other's toes, I would definitely not put the d1 knight on c3 and block the other knight on b1. Would not be my preference. I'd probably bring it to e3. Okay, we get a double.
So weird, like all these moves.
We get a double Yville structure. That's the word I learned for this.
Really?
For c4 plus f4, like the mix of the English and the bird.
The Binglish, or the eared.
Yeah.
But bird was British, so
you can try and smash it together, and it's weird, and the structure itself is weird.
It is indeed, and I would consider like knight e3, e6. You could double back to c2 and prepare d4. Of course, then you could assign the other knight to the task of ultimately trying to access the d6 square, which is much easier said than done. But you mentioned this Black needs to be very careful to time the move e6 correctly. The good thing is that the knight from d8 can always move up to f7 and reinforce the d6 square, so it's not such a big problem.
I've almost never seen the structure symmetrically before. So it's like experiencing it for the first time. You know, when you're looking at this position, you don't know if you want to advance your pawns to the 3rd rank or not, or do you want to try to advance one of them to the 4th rank or not, and you have to figure these things out for the first time in your chess career.
I mean, it's almost a perfectly symmetrical position. Like I was going to say, if white plays knight c3 and black plays knight f7, it's literally copycat, which is insane. But I would trade if I were Sindarov. I don't really see the benefit of keeping the bishops on the board. But who knows? Maybe knight c3 is a more prudent course of action.
Man,
he
the
plays
structure is so weird.
Yeah, I'm like choosing my moves at random here if I'm Fedoseev. Just like,
I'm more or less guessing here, but I'm thinking that getting a pawn to e4 or d4 before black gets a pawn to e5 or d5 would be desirable. I think. But like if you played e4, black has the d4 squares. And how would you ever achieve e3, d4 at this point?
Actually, this is why I lobbied for trading bishops, because Fedoseev could put his queen on h8. I would play queen h8 rather than queen g7, because white has this obscure g4, g5 idea, as if we needed another like weird pawn break.
Yeah.
Safety
Quick
in numbers.
on your toes there.
They're like, if my opponent's doing it, it can't be that bad. That's what they're both saying.
Right. Like, I have no idea what to do, but if I do what he did, how bad can a symmetrical position without captures be, right? Because you're not going to fall behind in a tactical line.
Yeah, it's like the blind leading the blind, but in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So if you have any insight into like anything about this structure, you're already like very much in charge.
Yeah.
Like anything at all. So e3, the bishop is very undefended, which makes me worried.
Yeah, that something will happen like knight b4.
Fedoseev will start Fedoseving. And white might have to do some Fedoseving of his position.
Yeah.
He plays it. So maybe nothing concrete.
Right. I'm with you that the queens want to go to h1 and h8 pretty soon, probably. I also like the idea of g4 for white. Maybe e3 defending f4 is partly preparing g4.
Okay, knight c7. Sure.
What's the reason? He just brought it to e6. What's he up to?
Where did it come from? Oh, it came from d8.
d8 to f7, d8 to e6 to c7, yeah.
It's even hard to say those squares in succession because it's so rare that you maneuver like this.
Yeah. Different routes. Okay, g5 is not yet good, as Danya points out, because of bishop h5.
I would play queen h8. It's a good time to restrict this knight on c3 also.
Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe the knight c7 is overprotecting the bishop on a8.
Yeah.
So the c6 knight can move as needed.
White also can castle, by the way. I forgot about that, but it might be important.
Right. They could castle both ways here.
Oh, yeah. I'll have what she's having.
My dream is really to play d4 for white. I don't exactly see how it's ever happening, but that's my...
Yeah.
That's my dream.
I mean, castles actually prepares d4. Castle's kingside to just move the king to g1. Oops, sorry. I didn't actually mean to move the king to g1.
Didn't mean to move it there. g4's coming, but this move has allowed bishop h5, as you pointed out. I guess he just thinks his king's fine on d8.
Or Wesley would try to castle in response to bishop h5 check.
I think he's learned that now. Is knight d5 possible? Chat asks. Absolutely. It's a candidate move throughout these positions.
Yeah, FG blue arrow. Why is FG, why is it freaking out about FG?
Perhaps because that's your opportunity to play something like knight d5 or knight b5 with the bishop not on f6 and not being able to trade.
Yes, it's very awkward. You both recaptures have a lot of negatives. Like bishop, as you said, bishop takes allows knight d5, and queen takes puts the queen and the bishop on like a square where they can be targeted by the knight. So I wouldn't be shocked if Sindarov played like g4 here, or queen h3, and started massaging those newly created weaknesses.
2 pawns.
Whoa. Oh yeah, or that
Gets castled. Simple. Okay, so Fedoseev has chipped away at white center. He's got some central supremacy here.
e6 knight e4, by the way, is already like tactic central.
Yeah, must not fall into that. I mean, castling kingside as well looks logical to me for black here. Or queenside. But I'm down with castling. Because the other move I'd like to play is bringing my queen back to g7. And, you know, I don't want to give white another shot at bishop h5. He retreats. He retreats
he's sick
while
of
covering h5.
He's just sick of this knight e4 tactic constantly being a thing. Now e6 is much more possible.
Yeah.
But I'm with what you said earlier, Dave. Like, if you can open up the center somehow, you'd be happy. Maybe knight d5 is a more prudent way to do it. Knight b5. Even knight b5 is very much in play. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm quite partial to a3. That was not on my bingo card.
No. That was a quiet move. I was increasingly thinking, I've been trying for 5 minutes to find a tactical way to play d4. I haven't found it. Maybe it's time to just plunk the knight on d5 and see what comes of that. And instead we get a3.
Which is a useful move because he's hinting at b4 and just sort of like forcing black to put his cards on the table. Because if e6, then knight b5 becomes extremely strong.
Yeah, black needs to get those rooks connected, right? Because part of the strength of your knight b5, and he does play e6. Part of the strength of your knight b5 move, right, is like a pressure along the c file, right? Where you're going to play b4 or d4 and the rook on c8's undefended.
There's a crazy idea I have. Can we just quickly put this on the board? Knight b5, bishop e7. I'm sure it doesn't work, but like I thought knight a7.
Okay.
Just I'm going to show my idea really quickly. Bishop a8. Yeah. It's half baked, and then queen
whatever
b7.
Whatever they do, you put your queen on b7, huh?
But he's got, and I calculated bishop d8, bishop e5, but he's got bishop to d6 guarding the e5 square, so that direct attempt doesn't work.
Yeah. I've seen that.
Goes b4.
I've seen that though in freestyle, like a queen just land on a square like that, and you just can't keep all the pieces defended.
Yeah, but he follows up on his previous move.
Okay, b4. So a3 was truly preparing this move, which on the surface is a pawn sack, right? So we got to figure out the justification as black just ignores it and gets himself castled.
I'm going to hightail it the heck out of the center. Yeah. Okay, so b5 takes the square away from the knight. I mean, bc and knight a4, you can play positionally, potentially.
He makes the trade.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
Black can't go d6. So maybe Fedoseev should just say, to heck with the pawn, I'm going to go knight e5 and get some counterplay. Or something similar. Or knight a6, something like that.
You're saying bc knight a4, he'll have no way to cover his pawn, pretty much?
Yeah, because the other knight's also coming to d3. And
bishop e7, knight d3, huh?
He does take, but after some hesitation.
Yeah.
Like knight d3 and knight a4 is a very easy roadmap.
And as long as we can't play d6, it's essentially a weak, isolated pawn. And d6, for now, is always hanging the knight on c6.
Unfamiliar feeling. And then I realized it's the first time Fedoseev is worse, I think, in this whole tournament. g4.
Wow, he's playing both sides of the board.
Wow, and king h8, there's g5. And hey, remember me? My name is Death Destroyer of Worlds on a1 over here.
Your knight e4 tactic, finally.
I have to show this very quickly, yeah, because king h8 is such an instinct reaction. Get the king away from the frying pan into the fire, because And wait a second, he's played it. He's played it. He blundered it. He just played king h8. Unbelievable. G5 wins the game.
I think it's partly because G5 is rarely going to work when your king's on the G file and the opponent's isn't, right? Like G5 when black has rook G8, so rare. But he knows his bishop's lurking on A1. He's calculating, and
Sindarov is, barring a miracle, going to deal Fedoseev the first loss of the tournament, and it comes at the most inopportune time. I think he just forgot about the bishop because it's, you look at B2, there's nothing there. No, it's on A1 from the start of the game.
Mm-hmm. Is there any world where he just moves the queen here? And then if GF, he goes rook G8, it's going to fail to some more tactics, right? On the long diagonal.
Well spotted. And he has to try queen H4, I would imagine. But even like sacking the queen looks great. Not to mention you probably have like knight G4 there intercepting the G file.
Okay.
But to my eyes, just like sacking the queen looks fantastic. Like queen H4, GF, rook G8.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was thinking like, won't white have some move like knight B5 again here?
Yeah, or like F7, yeah, something to that effect. Because knight G4, like knight E5 gets really tricky. What's the move here, actually? I like F7 because it's forcing, but maybe this is not so convincing. Yeah, look at the eval bar drop.
Yeah, black has a move to play E5,
point
for
6.
example.
Of course, it's point E5. Yeah, knight D5.
Yeah.
But you would agree that Fedoseev has to try this. Like, this is the only practical option for black.
He's got to do something weird. Yeah, just playing queen G5 and playing an endgame down to bishop is not going to be a real option here.
And he's just shocked. Like, he's coming to terms with the reality.
Yeah.
He does take on G5 with the bishop. Okay.
He does a version without a queen trade. So his idea is to play E5 here probably. And after white takes on G5, rook G8. But E5, knight G5, rook G8, knight F7 is mate in 1. So it's not like a real pin.
Don't do me like that.
Oh,
no. Knight G4. Knight G4 is going to come. Rook F6, knight G4. FG, bishop C6, rook F6, and rook F8 mate. How about them apples?
I don't see a move here. What?
I'll show it if he resigns, but they might go down this line.
F6. I mean, against E5
takes.
There's just bishop takes C6 probably.
And then, oh my god. Oh my gosh, there's a beautiful idea. Look at this day. Can I just show this? E5, if it works, of course. Knight G4, FG, bishop C6, bishop C6, bishop E5, king G8. And this is just forced mate because it's like, no, I'm not going for a technical endgame. I am checkmating you.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's one of my favorite mating patterns is knight on H6 or H3 and long diagonal bishop.
Yeah, can my rook and bishop like switch places permanently when I play regular blitz? Yeah. No.
E5 played.
He's done it.
Okay. Another related line is bishop takes C6, bishop takes C6, knight G4, bishop takes G2, knight H6.
Yep. And bishop C6, queen F6 maybe offers a glimmer of hope, but even their knight G4 is probably winning.
Mm-hmm.
And even here, knight G4 is winning. Like, he can play it basically at any point.
Yeah.
So it's hopeless. Hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, the only hope is that Sindarov somehow gets into a complicated calculation and then plays a move in the wrong order or something, right? I mean, but he looks like he was born for this moment as
Look at the
he's there,
background,
like,
I mean.
calculating.
I mean, he's like already where he will be if he wins. Like he's gotten to the party. But of course, in Tashkent, they have a building actually dedicated to. They have a chess academy. I was told in a beautiful grounds. So I think he's playing from it. And this is what happens when, you take chess this seriously and you treat it with the respect it deserves. You get people like Sindarov, Abdusattorov, Yakuboyev, and a gold medal Olympiad team that shocked the world.
Yeah. He's chosen a fairly complicated option with knight d7, walking into rook g8. And then he blocks the file here, and he wants to go bishop c6 and bishop e5 next.
Just annihilation on the long diagonal. Fe knight e5 immediately. I think Vlad will resign right here. Right here and right now. Maybe rook g4, bishop g4, knight d4. But I would be too sad to play that.
He's got one less piece on the board right now, right? So when we're calculating these variations, knight d4, clogging the diagonal by sacking a piece. Gotta keep track of how many pieces we're down.
I mean, in that position, you can just go knight e5. The problem is white wins with any capture, even giving up the queen. That was abrupt, David. I mean, the tension was building up, but I want to say this was a brilliant game by Sindarov. The way that he just set the board on fire on both sides of the board, a3, b4, and then g4, g5. Just look at that pawn play.
Yeah, none of those moves were obvious. I didn't expect a3, b4. I didn't expect g4. And then, boom, it exploded. From a structure where we were not clear what moves either player is even supposed to be trying. Right? Unfamiliar ground.
A3 wouldn't be in my top 5 attempts. This is what makes super GMs just beasts. It's just knowing when to change the pace, when to shift gears.
Okay, so here's the moment. He can play knight d4. He can play fg4.
Who can resign?
He can resign, but I would rather let my clock run out while I recollect myself for game 2 of the match than resign. Rook g8, rook f5 is super pointless. So,
among other things, yeah.
So it's really knight d4 or fg.
If you want to troll, rook g8, rook f4. This is where you start looking for beautiful lines, you start composing the puzzles. If you're Sindarov. How many queen sacks can I find?
It would be nice. A queen sack's all that's missing from this game.
Yeah, I'm really not exaggerating if people are knight d4. If we put this on the board, you can what is the worst move in the position that still wins? You can probably go ed4. Yeah, you see that white is still winning, and I've just given up a queen for no reason.
Right, and your rook and bishop are hanging. I mean,
yeah,
unclear on what basis we're winning here, but somehow still winning.
Well, now I managed to lose. See, this is what I would do against Hans. Knight d4, queen
g3 was the choice in the game. Looking at queen e5, that makes a lot of sense, Tanya.
Really cannot argue with moving a queen from it's a square where it was attacked.
Yeah.
Or onto a square where it does the attacking.
Yeah. And now queen e5 looks pretty clean.
Yeah. Fedoseev is kind of running out of pieces. Bishop d4 and rook f5.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's playing, actually.
Yeah. Rook f5 immediately. Very good as well.
Yeah. And knight e6, queen b8.
Yeah. All right.
96. He might play 96 actually.
Materials equal. White threatens mate in 1. Black
It's
prevents
mate
it.
in 6.
Doubling rooks will
Rook f1.
repeat the rook f8 threat. King g8 doesn't defend it.
Why didn't I get invited to the party? Says the rook on c1. All right. There's room for everybody.
Yeah. Rook b1 might have been a good move too. I think there were probably 2 angles to this back rank mate available.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
That is what it takes to beat Vladimir Fedoseev. 12 different opponents couldn't figure it out for 2.5 days. And Sindarov has done it with bizarre pawn play, a3, b4, and g4, knight pawns pushing on both wings in a strange double Yville structure.
What an interesting, unique game. Brilliantly executed by Sindarov. He beats Yangyi in the semifinals, and he's got plenty left in the tank. Delivers Vladimir Fedoseev his first loss of the tournament. And now the hunter has become the hunted, and Fedoseev will have a must-win. But the white pieces and tons of Fischer Random experience will help him try his best. We'll go on a break, but before we do, a quick reminder that registration is open for the next CCL Collegiate Chess League season. If you want to compete for your university in the 2025 spring season and battle for the most prestigious title in college chess, head on over to go.chess.com/CCL2025 or use !CCL in the chat for everything you need to know. Well, Javier Sindarov took Vladimir Fedoseev to school, and in the second, Fedoseev will try to reverse the roles. We'll be right back for the decisive game of the Weissenhaus Freestyle Knockout.
All right, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight. King g7. We check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point, the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only a way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5, and now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. But eventually, we find checkmate.
A hanging piece is simply a piece that is under attack and can be freely captured. Winning material. If you don't hang your pieces and you capture the ones your opponent hangs, you will win most of your games as a newcomer to chess.com. Related to hanging pieces is an important term, LPDO. Loose pieces drop off. It's one of the most helpful phrases in tactics. It's a reminder to keep your pieces defended and to keep an eye out for undefended pieces in your opponent's camp.
Gotta move.
Oh,
no more
checks.
Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus'
Oh,
mouse.
oh no!
A hanging checkmate is similar to a hanging piece. It is just a checkmate that your opponent has not defended against. Like this time, that Hikaru hung checkmate against Magnus, but Magnus didn't see it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What an incredible performance in the first game by the man on the right there. Well, you see about 88% of his head there. That is the head of Javahir Sindarov, Grandmaster from Uzbekistan and part of this new and exciting crop of talent. His opponent, one of the most experienced Fischer random players in the world, Vladimir Fedoseev, residing in Slovenia. I am David Prus. You have resided on the chessboard today, as have I. It's been a pleasure commentating alongside you, and potentially the fireworks are still ahead.
Yeah. I think we've got a pretty solid chance of Fedoseev coming back here. I do feel like he's a little bit tired just watching his body language. I felt like the match with Jan took more out of him than any of his other matches that he'd won previously. And I felt like he was trying to regather his energy for that first game, and Sindarov really came at him. And now he's going to try and be the first person to win a game against Javokir, now that Javokir has been the first person to win a game against him.
We have a position, and it's got some commonalities with the standard chess position, actually 3 pieces. Queen, bishop, and one of the knights. The rooks and the bishops on the king side are inverted, so actually quite similar. Like, I feel like my brain isn't going W, T, F. I think I can say that, right? It stands for,
okay.
I'm thinking of 3 grandmasters whose names start with those letters.
Mm-hmm.
Win the Fischer random tournament. That's what it stands for.
Mm-hmm. Win the freestyle.
Win the freestyle, sorry. Yeah, of course.
Woot to freestyle.
Okay, what do you make of this position? The kings are on B1 and B8. What impact does that have on the game?
Well, I think that the kings are okay here with a bishop tucked next to them. It feels like, if needed, there's reasonable protection of B2 and C2 or B7 and C7. What I find maybe most notable about this position for the opening is that if you started fighting in the center, white has 2 knights that can hop to squares like F3 and D3 and control dark squares. Black has 2 knights that can hop to F6 and D6 and control light squares. So each player has some chances of having a weakness on a certain color if an early fight begins.
And of course, white could end up with a London-inspired setup, D4. In fact, bishop F4 and C3. In the London system, a key cog in the machine is this bishop, light-squared bishop being under the pawn umbrella. Here, the sort of raison d'etre of the London setup would be to block out the bishop on H8. But in a must-win scenario, Vladimir Fedoseev needs more uncompromising chess, and 1e4 is the way to do it.
And in this position, there's many options for black. There's G6, there's D5. D5, the center counter. It's an odd move sometimes. Here, after pawn takes D5, queen takes D5, there's no immediate knight tempo, but you will eventually have to move out of the way of the bishop on H1. But it looks possible to me. And then, of course, there would be a simple move E5, right? Just establishing symmetry.
You can play an Alekhine. Actually, knight H6 even to prepare F5 is not out of the question.
I hadn't thought of that. Knight H6 preparing F5. Yeah.
But white goes D4, and then fortunately, Bortnik told me a story that he played one knight A6 in response to E4 in a tournament in St. Louis against Ipatov, and he'd made a bet. I think he lost a bet, and so two players in the final round both played knight a6, and he actually almost won his game. Or no, Ipatov was the second guy who played it, and he lost. But, I mean, all of those moves aren't that bad, but if you're Sindarov, you're playing solid. There's no need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
F5 is tempting for me, but it might help White open up the bishop. And he does go for a more solid approach with a Philidor-inspired d6.
Yeah. I think it's odd that he spent a minute on e5 because they did have, the 3 minutes to look at the position, and you probably consider e4 and d4 as possible first moves for White and have your first move decided on. And very logical to play solidly here with e5 for Black.
Very important. Do not go knight gf6 because after de, the queen is actually unprotected. So you might go knight ef6, but crisscross applesauce doesn't look too great just visually. If you play ed, queen takes d4, then you have a hard time reactivating the bishop. So maybe ed, queen d4, knight e7, intending g6 can be considered. Yeah, that would be my choice.
Yeah. Knight e7 looks right there.
I'm also not in the finals or in the semifinals.
No, but that's only because you didn't play.
That's very kind, David. I appreciate it.
I was also wondering about ed4, like knight e2 or knight f3, trying to take on d4 with the knight. But then if Black plays c5, I'm not sure how much juice we have. We could try and play something like bishop f4, looking at e5. We do have two bishops aiming at the king side. It's a complicated option, hard to fathom without any familiarity.
The players look so calm. Like, I'm always freaking out at the board, even when I'm playing a casual game, that I'm always stunned by the composure. And I mean, a lot of money is on the line. If you just think about it, like, wait a second, if Sindarov punches his ticket, the prizes are insane. So not only does he get to play with legends, he's got a lot riding on this game. Of course, so does Fedoseev.
Yeah. Well, 3 rounds ago, the money was kind of theoretical, right? Like when you're playing the round of 16 or the round of 8, you can't really be thinking like, if I win this game, my chances of getting there, go up to 12% of, $100,000 prize or something, right? But once you're in the finals and you're one game away, now you could think about it.
Yeah, same advice given to norm seekers. You cannot start calculating, the percentages. You just have to play your moves and let them do the talking. And let the calculations speak for themselves.
So, it's awkward that his queen's undefended, right? That means g6 is not particularly desirable.
Oh. He might be, knowing Java here and how dynamic he is, he might be thinking of some really creative move. But ultimately, cooler heads prevail.
Yeah.
Cooler heads prevail. And there we go.
And 97, as you predicted. Yeah.
Oh, this looks completely serviceable for Black, like g6, and Java here is an accelerated dragon player, in another universe. So this type of position will be quite familiar to him with a lot of these familiar pawn breaks like f5.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good solution, and it leaves White to try and consolidate one of these tiny space advantages of e4 versus d6. They're just not easy to play. I mean, even in classical chess, where your pieces are all on the squares where you expect to find them. Even if Black plays some Philidors with e takes d4, it's not easy to handle these positions.
And g6, is he trying to shut the Philidor on the bishop on h8 with e5?
Because the queen's still undefended, but then there would be knight c6, and he would just take it.
So who needs to develop actual pieces? Like, all you need is a queen.
Yeah, just strike from a distance, and then once the bishop's traded on c6, you can play rook f3 without insulting the bishop.
The problem is there's this f6. Oh, that is nasty, this f6 move. And you just don't have a way to keep this pawn on its current square, because the rook is also undefended on f1. It's not just the queen.
So even in freestyle chess, a solitary queen can't support an entire pawn center by herself with no development.
Believe it or not, you would have to drop back. And now Java here could play f5, but in response to f5, I think e5 would be much more effective, because, pawns don't go backwards, even in freestyle chess.
Yeah, there's limits to the freedom. If there's no limits, if there's no rules, Danya, then what is there really? Your opponent just starts moving pieces nonstop while you're thinking.
That sounds great.
Yeah. So G6 played, Fedoseev thinking, the queen.
I mean, it has different... I've seen
a
Queen
few
F2
squares.
played in similar positions, but then you relinquish the ability to play E5. Now, you have to stay on the D file if you're Vlad. You have to be able to play E5 in response to F5.
If you want an advantage, right? Against F5, you could also just play knight D3 and FE4, bishop E4, and it would be equal.
But there I'm taking black for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you can play F5 and FE, I'm taking black.
Yeah.
He does play Queen D3. And... okay.
Steps in front of the knight on E1.
There's some potential pins like A5 and B6 could be... You could play B6 here, actually. It looks very weird, but once you fianchetto the other bishop, I think the pieces are quite harmonious.
Yeah, that's a perfectly fine square for that piece. Exerting a little pressure on E4, and you've got to keep H1 defended. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, when you've got this E4 versus D6, I find it a little bit painful to get set up as white and get everything covered.
Yeah, it's just white's position looks dicey. And also, I would more seriously consider F5, E5, knight C6 here, because you cannot put a knight on D3. And once the bishop on H8 ensures its uncontested control over the diagonal, I'm essentially happy no matter what. Also very important, bishop C6, BC. This bishop on C8 will then have the B7 square, which is a nice little defensive mechanism. Okay, gotta wake up here, though. Sindarov's taking a lot of time.
Yeah. I think it's okay at this level. If he gets a good position, it'll be worth the time he's investing. He's choosing to play this opening very precisely at this point. I didn't like the minute on the first move, but here it makes sense.
He plays it. Never trust a commentator.
Yes, he plays it anyway. And I think E5, knight C6, bishop takes C6. It's hard to evaluate. That might be part of the time that he spent on this.
Yes.
But my instinct is to like white in almost all those bishop takes C6 positions.
I think you're absolutely right. I'm maybe over-emphasizing the bishop pair. And we saw Yangyi. Remember that exchange sack you went for? Sometimes it's not a blunder, it's a misevaluation. Like, that is the root of the problem. You see the correct position in your mind's eye, but, you think one factor is more important than it is.
Yeah, here I think with the E5 bishop completely shut out and the structure kind of scuffed around the black king.
No. You had to... Fedoseev had to play E5.
Yeah.
He's starting to flounder here.
He's looking to just castle and play it simply, but yeah, black's pieces are going to come out nicely with FE4, knight F6, and if you retreat your bishop, black gets bishop F5. If you don't retreat your bishop, black takes your bishop and then gets bishop F5.
Knight F6, great move too. If we could bring up an analysis board really quickly, I will show what the correct approach was. According to the computer, it was E5, knight C6. And you're absolutely right, David. After bishop C6 BC, it was +2 with bishop E3, just because black's king is so weak in the long run. I would have never evaluated it that way, but the bishop is shut out. Vlad had to go for this instead. Bishop D2, knight F6. Still E5 was the best move, but he's taken. And this just does not look like a winning strategy.
Yeah, black's
mate in one threat.
Development is beautiful. Avoids the mate.
But okay.
And he's envisioning a world where his pawns are on C6 and D5 instead of C7 and D6, and he'll be happy for white to not have a light squared bishop.
This could backfire a little bit. That's why queen C8 might have been better, because then he would have been able to play D5 and C6, shutting out the white bishop. Now knight G5 is actually, I think, a threat, and he has to burn a tempo.
Some tension remains. If he goes d5 here?
Bishop b4 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
With some tactics on the b file. So it's still a little bit shady if black is not careful. A little sketchy.
Okay.
Maybe bishop d5. Oh, I like bishop d5 because if c4, you come back to e4.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling he's going to play it.
Yeah.
I know my Java here, Sindarov.
Now, an important part of what I said about his time usage was he has to get a good position, and that will be worth the time spent. If he doesn't get a good position, then he'll be down, 5-6 minutes in an equal middle game or end game, and it'll be a factor.
Like I said, queen d7 is played just as I predicted, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding.
Knight d3. Yeah, bishop d5 was a very non-standard move, so it was a big prediction.
a5 and rook a6. I don't feel like this idea has been executed a single time, but it always, for some reason, looks cool to me, especially here, given the fact that there's a queen on the b file. But you could also castle queenside.
The lurking bishop on h8, the white queen on the b file. You solve all the tactics on b7.
I don't like what Java here has been doing a lot. I'm really confused why he played... Well, bishop d5 seems so solid. And the fact that this bishop is on e4, it's not a good thing. It's really, really loose.
Okay, so they both castle.
King b8 is often the move here.
Quote unquote happily. White's queen is starting to look like it's actually on a decent square now in a world where they're both castled on the queen side and there aren't too many knights in the area at the moment.
And look at the x-ray, like king b8, bishop e3, and suddenly the storm clouds start to gather. Let's not forget the e6 square is still very much an important factor. Suddenly Java here is like, whoa, I've got 5 minutes and my problems are only beginning.
Yeah. Rook d to e8. I'm not sure how that's going to solve those problems. I guess if the bishop's on e3, it'll be attacking it. He's putting his rooks on the two open files. It's logical. But chess is so specific, and he's got to keep a7 and b7 well defended here.
Fedoseev could copycat with rook fe1. I wouldn't move the rook on d1. It's too much of a tactical asset to have the x-ray.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really looking at moving the bishop from d2 to start threatening knight e5 or knight c5. And where does black's queen want to go?
Yeah, I
mean, concretely, what's the answer to bishop e3, which perhaps includes the threat of bishop a7? But he goes to the
great call,
simpler square.
Now knight c5. Now he actually has a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So again, bishop d5 is possible, but then queen a3 with tempo.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so like what are his legal moves? He's got to move the queen somewhere or play bishop d5.
Or sack the queen. Knight f5 is not impossible. Knight c5 and dc. I would at least give that some thought.
Well, you've got 5 minutes against 11. You don't get to think about everything anymore.
Oh, he's trying, but it's not a winning strategy, that's for sure.
Yeah. So queen c6, I think, runs into knight d4. I doubt that is correct. That knight will then land on e6. So I don't really see a square for the queen where she doesn't run into some kind of a knight hop.
Okay. Bishop d5, queen a3.
Yeah. King b8.
But in that, king b8, like what is white's threat there? It looks very menacing, but I don't actually see a tactic because the bishop is nicely protected by both knights. So he needs to quit horsing around.
Okay.
But David, like knight d e5 there, even if it's like a longer term sacrifice, imagine having to calculate that with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. I've got another idea for white there as well, Danya. It's an unusual square, but it's knight to b4. I bother the bishop. Of course, it can just drop back to e4. Then I reveal my idea. I play bishop d4. And my knight is on b4 to prevent knight c6.
I got to show that. Go ahead.
Yeah, bishop e4, bishop d4. So my knight's there to prevent knight c6 because I can trade and take on a7. I'm preventing c5, I think, with bishop c5, unless, I saw the board wrong. And against a6, I'm considering sacking the knight on a6 as if it were a bishop.
Or knight e5 also.
Play for attack.
Even something
and
like
we
this
can bring
looks
this
good
guy to the party too, yeah.
with bishop a7. But you're probably correct. Like knight a6 is a long-term attack. No, this is out of the question for Sindarov. Dude, he's paralyzed. He can't make a move.
Well, but he's got to move. 3 minutes. At some point it's
And it's the nerves. Like just because they're not showing it on their face doesn't mean that their heart isn't fluttering and their mouth is getting dry and their hands are shaking. Like it is. He knows what's at stake. And sometimes the result is just complete analysis paralysis.
Oof, this is super awkward.
He's 10 minutes down almost.
Is there any world, where you go queen c6, knight d4, queen b6, and you say, yeah, you get the e6 square, but I take the queens off the board and I
go queen e6.
Still structurally sound?
Queen e6, I think, is
you
the
go
problem.
Queen e6 instead of knight e6.
I'm
King
stunned
b8.
right now. I'm just watching his clock tick down, and
Yeah,
King b8 a bishop e4, and then you wanted a discovery, but
he's like a deer in the headlights here, unfortunately. And bishop d5 comes in.
he's
Queen
playing
a3
good moves.
quickly.
He's playing decent moves. He hasn't blundered, but he's going to need to be perfect here.
He cuts off my knight before idea. So he was doing something. He wasn't just staring at the headlights.
Is it? No, it's not still possible because. Now, bishop f6 would eliminate the last defender.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that there's an effective discovery. So
Right, because knight c5 and knight e5 both allow the d pawn to capture, redefending.
I'm going to let the adults do the calculating. I'm just going to chill and watch Fedoseev show why he's a beast.
Yeah. It's disgusting, but the move b4 is a candidate.
You like that square, don't you?
I don't, but
I really like this move b4. I love that move.
Okay.
Because it also opens up a retreat for the bishop. And the biggest target for black, if you think about it, is the a7 pawn. So it's logical to consider moves like knight d4, b4.
Right. Knight d4 was the first move I considered, but I hate to release that tension, to let black off with bishop takes h1. Just feels like I'm giving up so much of my juice.
There's some crazy ideas where you would like first sack this knight and then put the other knight on e5. And let's remember that if this knight moves away from c6, queen takes a7 will threaten mate in 1. However, very often the knight is able to block that attack from b8. So white shouldn't overestimate that idea.
Yeah.
Either.
So like my idea was b4, a6, b5, ab, queen a8, knight b8, and then, maybe keep going from there, knight b4 or something. Okay, he's looked in another direction.
Clearly, he's setting something up. He's setting something up.
Do something like knight c5, dc5, knight g5?
Bishop f6 is like the opening salvo, like the opening ceremonial gunshot, and now the real fireworks begin.
Okay, so very clear, dc5, knight c5. Recovers the piece and transfers to opposite colored bishops, and then b7, c6. You're just not going to hold those squares.
I feel like Sindarov just like intuitively might have to go knight takes e5 because not only would he be giving up a7, but that would take some real balls because bishop g5 check, that is an important resource that black has.
Yeah.
Oh, with 2 minutes.
Oh
my
God,
God.
you don't want 2 minutes here. Because like knight e5, you have to calculate fe. You also have to calculate the simple move bishop d5. You go knight
and
d3,
queen
rook
a7.
d3, and now a7 and b7 are under fire.
I mean, knight e5, queen a7 right away, I think is really strong because knight c6, you can give the check and pick up the bishop.
You check and take back on d5. Oh my God.
Knight e5, queen a7, queen b5. With 2 hours, I'd be shocked if I found the right move. With a minute and a half, I might just leave the playing hall, like Bartolebin against Steinitz. No.
Takes with the bishop. It's the safest move, leaving the knight on c6.
Oh, leave the man alone. He's got a minute.
I know. Plus, the eval bar didn't even really go up much. I mean, what was the question mark about here? Okay, so bishop takes d5 is my first instinct. Just a simple, like, I want opposite colored bishops here for attacking Potensiatsk.
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know what language that's in.
What? That's potential in Russian.
Potensial? Potensial.
If you say so.
Yeah.
Which of us speaks Russian? But
well, we don't see Fedoseev rushing into a decision.
No.
Because
he's got time. 8 minutes is like being a billionaire here against against Black's 1 minute.
Yeah, yeah. In a classical game, you're in acute time pressure. Here, it's like you're luxuriating. It's like, oh, I can think about, what I want for lunch and then still calculate the move.
Okay, the one move I don't think I would play is fe5, allowing bishop takes h1. I want to be the only one with a light squared bishop here, so I'm going for knight e5 or bishop d5.
Yeah, instinctively, knight e5 feels totally logical because you have an uncontested bishop, and Vladimir agrees.
Yeah. Oh, and look at that bishop. He's bringing the rook to b5, maybe.
Queen h3, he can double rooks. There's going to be mate, and he's 7 minutes up. This would be like an achievement akin to like that Nepo Firouzja game where I think Jan, or I don't remember who it was, but one of them had 30 seconds to 10 minutes in a lost position and saved the game.
Wow, fascinating move. Rook c5. He found
Bishop
it quickly.
C6. Oh, and Fedoseev's blitzing out the moves, and he's going to win.
He's got queen e3. Oh, but he goes queen a6, not queen a7.
But White has to be very careful. And rook c3, what a brilliant move. Stopping queen e3, setting up rook b3, forcing overtime in the match.
How much of this did he see before he played knight e5, Danya? All of it, right?
And it's like he's playing like he's got a minute on the clock.
He predicted queen e7 and had a 5-move sequence ready? Because he has 8 minutes. He didn't need to play every move in 1 second if he didn't plan it.
Must-win scenario? Yeah, give me something harder. Too easy. And Java here, I mean, this whole tournament, he's been in such good form. The nerves, the pressure you feel for him, he just could not. He couldn't get out of the gates, David. He just could not decide on a setup. And this has just been a disaster. And
Fedoseev rook b5 against mate here.
Still fighting.
So there's a4 as a candidate.
Or queen c6, yeah.
Or queen c6.
Queen c6 and rook b3. Looks mighty compelling.
Queen c6, king c8, rook d1.
Whoa! And queen e2 saves the game. Because rook b3, there's rook b5. Holy smokes, if he finds queen e2. If he finds this move.
That's insane. It seems like he would, except he has 20 seconds.
You have to see, David, that rook b3, there's this stunning rook b5 move. I can't watch this. Will he find it?
15 seconds.
10 seconds. He's got to keep his composure.
Nobody can watch.
7 seconds. Will he find queen e2 to give himself a chance to save the game? 3 seconds. Misses it. And rook b3 wins the game.
Yeah. Rook b3.
AB.
So he's going to play AB c5 and keep playing? No, he's just...
I need to show this. This is insane.
Now, if Fedoseev saw queen e2, he needs to calm his heart rate right now. If he noticed it.
If I did that and queen e2 was played, I would have destroyed... I mean, my office would have been on fire. This was... What a draw, David. Rook b5. This was obviously missed by Vlad. And why is this equal? Well, because...
Nobody knows.
Because White has to... Black would have just saved the match because White would have had to trade queens.
Okay.
And all Vlad had to do was just play queen c6.
Yeah.
Do not show this to Java here before the next game.
Yeah. Well, they've each suffered their first defeat, and it is fitting that these two players who have done such a great job tearing up the tournament so far are going to need a tiebreaker to decide between them. Fedoseev and Sindarov tied 1-1 in regulation. If you've been watching, you know that after the rapid comes blitz. It will be a 2-game blitz match at 5 minutes plus 2 seconds when the action continues. Danya, thoughts?
Get Java here a quadruple espresso because he needs to kick it into gear, especially with the shorter time control. Fedoseev, it's like he was born for that moment, except not the moment when he played A4.
Not the A4
He wants
moment.
that stricken from the record. But we will go on record with yet another scintillating match. Money on the line. A single ticket to the Weissenhaus tournament in February is on the line in this upcoming 5-minute match. We will be back with more Fedoseev Sindarov action. 5+2 is the time control. The stakes are the highest they can be. Stay tuned. Keep your seatbelts on, and we'll be back.
It's a pretty normal, equal middle game position. White played here knight to e4, and you may think for a second of how would you play here if you were black. I'm pretty sure that after white goes knight e4, many players would just, let's say, trade the knights, because why not?
Yeah, trade the pieces because why not is... I have been very guilty of that logic as well. For a lot of GMs, you see that their default is not necessarily to trade and release the tension, but actually to embrace the tension in the position and to see if they can maximize their profit from a trade. Sounds like a finance instructional video, but I'm not saying knight takes e4 is bad here, but you should always leave open the possibility that trading might be bad.
I learned chess from my grandfather and started going to the chess club when I was 8 years old. But unlike many other grandmasters, I didn't accomplish much those early years. I didn't place highly in national competitions, didn't take any grandmaster scalps. But I loved the game. I loved the complexity. I loved the feeling of independence. And around the time I moved out of my childhood home, that love sparked something powerful in me. I had to become a grandmaster. I devoted all my time and energy into it. My school grades dropped drastically. I did not see my old friends anymore. I stopped playing soccer. I was never a sore loser or winner. But at the board, my opponent was the enemy. And I had to beat them. And away from the board, I spent every spare minute preparing for that. I didn't socialize much between games. My goal was to stay totally focused on my mission. But looking back, that's not how I became a grandmaster. It wasn't by being a lone wolf. In fact, my chess really took off when I started practicing with my opponents. Learning from them, collaborating with them. They may have been my enemies over the board, but in real life, they were chess lovers just like me. On the same mission, to become the best they could. There were many of us in Lund. There was Magnus Anand and his woodpecker method training tactics. Nils Grandelius with his bulletproof opening preparation, Daniel Sensesen and his prophylactic play, and later Arjan Tari joined the club as well. I model each part of my game and my training after their specialties. They spent countless hours refining their methods through trial and error to find what actually worked. And that's what I was interested in. So I adopted their methods and kept the ones that worked for me. It took sacrifice, it took growth, but in the end, I accomplished my mission. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, I'm a chessable author, and I'm here to share what I've learned.
GM Daniel Narditsky and I am David Pruess reporting live from Ground Zero. And Ground Zero features these two gladiators who have forged the most difficult path. They had to play in the play-in. Then, in Fedoseev's case, he had to defeat world champion challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. In Sindarov's case, Yu Yangyi. And Fedoseev has just struck back with a very decisive victory, save for that one moment at the end. Javier Sindarov, the nerves getting to him, and he needs to reset. He needs to press that button, David, and he needs to forget what's on the line because he needs more of the magic that he used to reach the finals.
Yeah, in a way, this is like a battle between a youngster and a veteran at this point who each have their own like natural built-in strength or weakness. A youngster is going to have sort of eternal optimism, right? Just they haven't lost enough times. They always believe in themselves, right? Or they tend to. They're going up, up, up. And Fedoseev, he's been through enough battles, you know, that he's won, he's lost, you know, like Jan, you know, you just recover, you move on. You know that it's painful sometimes. So we'll see who can go the distance.
Analysis paralysis. We won't have analysis paralysis because we've got a position. Again, the bishops are clustered in the corner. I like it. Yes, no to no bishops chess. I will say, though, that in the World Blitz, I experienced this, David, where it's crazy, this feeling of not being able to choose a move, which never happens to me in like regular Blitz, but there were times in the 3+2 portion where I spent over a minute per move, which is insane. Your hand just doesn't pick up a piece. The signal doesn't come because you're so afraid of a mistake, and the price of a move is so high.
Yeah, and this position looks like it's going to be a little bit unusual, which I think both of these players are good with unusual positions. I would say that if anyone gets the chance to vacate the king all the way to the queen side, that may be worth some amount of effort. I know it's a lot of moves to get there, but if you stick with the king side, you will always be facing the opponent's bishops. G2 will always be, or G7 will always be a weakness to watch out for.
Yeah, the juice might be worth the squeeze, at least to have that option. And again, E4, C5. Amazing how often we get quote-unquote standard opening moves given the arrangement. Although I think B3 might be much more common in this alternate reality than it is against the Sicilian.
Yeah, we get some more B3s and G3s, but we do still have games starting with E4 and D4 and recognizable central fights. Here we get a Sicilian and
Alapin.
Oh, the bishop on A1 is already suffering. He was just so callous about that C3 move, Danya.
Imagine if they put pawns on F6 and D4. There will be a piece on every square of the long diagonal, which is not very common.
Yeah.
Well, not just not very common. It is impossible to have a bishop in this arrangement in regular chess. How did it get there?
Right, nobody's ever seen it.
The call is coming from inside the house. I'm going C4. I get it. He wants the center, but I want a bishop that actually controls something.
Yeah, I mean, what else are we doing? B3, bishop. Maybe D4, and if they ever trade, the bishop comes to life. And if they don't, we play D5 ourselves, and then later maneuver it around.
B4 is interesting, too. But maybe B4, D5. I wouldn't love that transformation if I'm Sindarov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's got to play in the center. He goes for D4.
Wow.
I want to echo a comment from Illustrious Bird in the chat who says, these guys both deserve to be qualified. And I agree. After what I've watched here, Danya, from Monday through today, I want to see more of both of these guys. The thought that one of them won't be at Weissenhaus is actually, kind of disturbing to me.
There's a lot of things I could say right now. But, see, I think the chess world wouldn't be in an uproar if these two qualified. I think everyone would be happy. Mm-hmm. And they just both deserve, the effort that you see every game. It's so sad that one of them will have to call it a day. We'll have to go home after so much effort. But that is the cruel game that we all choose to play and watch.
Yeah. I mean, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to say I don't want to see them play this match or something like that, right?
Yeah, of course.
I think the person in chat is saying, hey, it'd be cool if there were 2 qualifying spots. This is such an epic event. And
yeah, David, why are you saying you're not going to watch this match? Like, are you saying you're not interested in this?
Yeah. No, it's just more like they've really impressed me, and my appetite is whetted to see more of these players, you know? So
it's awesome. Dynamic, just energetic chess. And I like b3 because now, as you pointed out earlier when the king was at the same square, you have this mating pattern on e7, and it's not just frivolous, because if a knight lands on f5, it could be a double attack on the g7 pawn. So kingside castling here is a matter of, you know, life or death. You have to be able to get the king or get the rook to f8.
Yeah. So he trades, opening up the d file, looking to maybe tangle black up a little bit. Bishop e5, super logical, with the bishop still trapped on a1.
I kind of like knight g6 for some reason. I don't know why.
I think you have an instinct of putting knights in the middle of the board instead of bishops, perhaps.
Well, then I would play knight e6, which actually also looks interesting.
Yeah. Knight e6, knight g6, bishop e5. Is there anything wrong with bishop
Queen
e5?
e5?
He brings the queen.
b3 is a move, by the way. And he plays it.
Prophylaxis against castling, but he just gives the bishop.
Queen a1, bishop h7.
Yeah.
Please take me.
Double exclam. The computer chirps.
Bishop e... Don't play bishop... No, knight g3, of course, is pretty much automatic.
Yeah.
And careful, Vlad. Get your king out of there, man.
I think queen e5 has met with a soft refutation here, Danya, that basically white just got a vote or two off of that queen.
Whoa. h4 is really bad for black. Because knight h4, rook h4, queen h4, rook d5, and the back rank mate! And that's what happens when you procrastinate on castling for too long.
I mean, humorously, his last move was knight g6, preparing to find the castle, right? But it was just...
Got to get started on that paper. Oh, wait, it's already way past due.
Yeah. Started writing the paper the day after. Yeah.
Let me show this for the folks at home. A double exchange sack. The second one, not really a sack.
Yeah.
Because if I can get my queen there, it is checkmate.
Give us a back rank mate.
And this actually is the Nepo drama from the World Championship, where Wesley tried to play like rook f8 in this position.
Yeah.
Man, that would be awesome.
That would be incredible. Be like, why'd you hang your rooks, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Queen e7. Depressing because of... White has a million moves there, actually. Such as...
Very, very strong one would be h5. Queen e1, rook e1, knight moves, h6. Very, very simple stuff, but pretty... I mean, like, unequivocally painful.
Yeah, man. Queen e7, I was trying to make bishop g7 work, but for that to happen, the queen would have to move. I like your proposal very much. h5, simple and powerful chess.
Queen e7's been played, yeah. He goes for it. I'm surprised.
Crunch.
Not used to getting anything right.
You've gotten a lot of things right, partner. And you've got good Fisher random instincts. I think Javahir and Fedoseev counting their lucky stars that Bruce had to commentate.
I'm sure. They're like, what are my chances here? Oh, I see Bruce is on the commentary schedule.
He's accounted for.
Okay, we'll play. Yeah.
I mean, GH.
Normally you'd try to shelter yourself with f6 here. Go f6. Try to limit that bishop. King g7.
Yeah, might be the only way, because GH, I won't take your rook. I'll play knight f5, and I'll win all of your other pieces as well.
Yeah. Then you can never block that f6 square. He plays g6, one of the saddest moves ever seen. Why do you take that rook?
Bishop g7.
I know why he took the rook. Because otherwise black would castle. And so you're saying bishop g7 to prevent castling.
Yes. But Sindarov, he wants to write the tactics book, from his hotel room in Weissenhaus.
Yeah. So he takes his exchange, centralizes his bishop, covers his own weak square on g2, connects the rooks. Now he can contest the C and D files and just take over.
Yeah.
And black still has a back rank mate. That bone in the throat on h6 is going to take a while to get it out.
Oh, yeah, he still has it. He has to yield the d file. Rook f8 is depressing, but it's the only move.
Yeah.
And then Nodirbek. Java here can play. Okay, now rook d2 and rook d1.
Yeah, that was risky to try and keep the pieces on the d file when you've got less rooks than your opponent.
I think black is lost. You can also move the bishop and replace it with a knight.
Yeah.
Bishop
I
f3.
think Fedoseev thinks that black is lost.
I hereby do proclaim rook d2. She'll win the game. Yeah, bishop f3 and rook fe1.
Black gets the king out.
And then
back rank.
If you want to be
Step
like
one.
the good little Russian schoolboy, you can go like rook fe1, knight f1, and g3.
That's what you have to do for golds. Well, they have no gold stars, I guess. But
Yeah, because there's never such a thing as like an A plus or an A. It's like,
right.
as my coach would say, like the best compliment I can give you is congratulations on a decent game, or congratulations on a decent result. That was like, whoa, oh my god, don't butter me up too much, man.
Yeah. All right. So black's dream would be to avoid the rook trade, play bishop f4, collect the h6 pawn, play rook takes c4, and be gifted a free car.
And like an apartment, yeah.
Yeah.
Already
That's a lot
got that
to
when
wish
you won the
for.
Olympiad.
A lot to wish for. It's going to be very hard to disengage the rook when white can always give a check on the e file. And then your king has to go to the d file. White doubles on it. So
Yeah, just anything. Rook fe1, g3. And with a minute, that is an eternity to convert this position. It's always funny, David, when you see these promo photos of like a GM winning a Mercedes or some car, and he's like 13. And even if he's like 18, it probably, this is like a European GM who definitely doesn't drive. Like, it's always funny.
What's he supposed to do with it? So I thought of a move that didn't work, Danya. I was considering rook d4 to double rooks, and black would have had bishop h2 check. Much stronger is to throw in rook e1 check first, tie up that bishop so it doesn't have any bishop h2 stuff. Now he prepares to double against it.
The worst thing to do if you're Sindarov, like the only way this gets complicated is if you lose the h6 pawn. As long as this pawn remains alive, anytime you win h7, the game is over. So you just make small improving moves until black sinks under the weight of his weaknesses, or there's like rook e6.
Yeah, so if the king went to c6, rook e6 was the end. So the king has to go to c7. Now an option is like rook e6, bishop f8, rook f6, bishop h6, rook f7, and sort of pick up
Or
one or two pawns
this,
there.
because now Fedoseev has to tie himself down. Just don't blunder some sort of discovery.
To the d7 square. So yeah, he gets rid of
King g2,
the bishop
king
h2
f3.
tactics.
You know what's a winning plan here? To go rook d5, bring the other rook up to d4, and go under the bridge. Like king f3.
Bring the king
Although
all
when
the
you
way
get to
over.
the e file, black will be able to give a check, which is a little annoying.
Yeah.
But it's resignable. I mean, rook e1.
Yeah. He could also go a5, a6, but Fedoseev says, please don't.
He's dragging. I mean, Sindarov definitely is dragging this out for like a long time. Rook e1, to me, is very natural.
Well, he's
Rook
got
e1, rook
30
e6.
seconds, and he may not have seen...
Make a move, man. He's making me a little bit nervous, David. I mean,
yeah.
Come on. Bishop f8, maybe? No.
Yeah.
Rook e6 check wins.
Ooh.
But he's trying to keep the king out, but the king can go the other way, potentially.
Yeah. You can also go g4, fg4, king g4, f4, f5, and make space for the king. There's
2 second
plenty
increment
of
folks.
pawns
10 seconds. Oh, wait, f3. That's a weird move. Oh my god, this is getting a little thorny. This is getting real thorny.
Really?
Oh my goodness. Because Fedoseev can win these pawns.
Oh, because
Black
the
could win
a
this.
pawn can't be defended. Even if you go rook c7, king b4, king
Wait,
a4.
king b4 here? White could absolutely lose this.
I think he's going to go g5 first to slow white down on the king side. No,
But
I get it.
I think he's slowing him down plenty with this f pawn. If Fedoseev wins this game, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to commentate the next game. I think Black's playing for a win.
I mean, anything other than losing is already a miracle.
What are we watching? And of course, White could win too, like g5, g6, and the bishop could get deflected.
Mm-hmm.
King
But
b3.
Bishops are generally great in these kind of pawns on opposite side races. It covers the queening squares for your
my
pawn and
God.
for the opponent's pawn.
How does white draw? Maybe c5 had to be played. The bishop can hide, but then you give up b6 with check, which you don't want to do.
Here he's got the idea of king c4, rook d4, king d4, g6, a3, g7, a2, g8, a1, queen g7.
Yep, exactly. Well spotted by you. And oh my gosh, take d6.
And there goes the g-pawn.
But it's a draw. I think a3, black pushes the pawn to a2, and should be... I mean, sometimes white loses this if you run out of checks, and black puts a bishop on the long diagonal.
Right.
Holy smokes.
So
King
he
b3.
wants to play bishop e5, but there is queen b6.
I think you should go king b3. He goes bishop
That
c5.
move looked good, actually. Bishop c5 was nice.
Now king b3, and it's a draw. Dude, what did we just watch?
That was an outrageous little endgame lesson at the end there. Unexpected.
Bishop
Unexpected.
b4, and white is flirting with disaster at this point. King b1 maybe? But then queen
with your own
b6.
b6 pawn.
Where do you go? King b3?
King a3 maybe?
What a gutsy move, giving up the pawn with check.
Yeah.
It's a draw, though, because white is just going to have to
still
keep
be a
checking
draw.
forever. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Black doesn't repeat. There we go. Wow. So much drama.
Words.
For the players to absorb. So much drama to absorb, and then just stay focused and keep calculating.
And the craziest thing is, like, it's not like he made a blunder. I mean, it's just that Sindarov made really strange moves for a really long time. And the process got more and more complicated. All credit to Vladimir. Everyone, including the commentators, had him buried. But he got out of his grave and said, no. I am here to take this. He draws the first game. And the best part is we have another game to play.
Yeah, the latitude to outplay somebody even that strong in an endgame is surprising.
And this was really the moment. I mean, you called for g4. I really thought he should play f4. To me, this is completely natural. And, okay, there's many things he can do here to win the game. Many things. I like the move rook e5. And then you just infiltrate. That's it. I mean, it just ends. Because here you have c5. And for someone of his level, I mean, this is just... You just close your eyes and make any of these moves. He plays rook e1, which is okay. But now this really strange move f3. Maybe it was a mouse slip.
Right.
Because f4 ends the game. Or comes close to ending the game. Yeah. No, this is completely winning. And instead, he gives up the pawn.
Stuck.
Rook c8 check apparently preserved a winning advantage, but he went after the h-pawn. And suddenly, Fedoseev was fast enough.
Yeah.
And this is a draw.
Yeah, and that this line where you let white queen is the right one, also shocking.
Yeah, and like the king isn't even on b1. Like you have, and the bishop is on e5, and it's still a draw because there's no fork. Gotta move past it. Gotta move past it because you have another game. Holy cannoli. Holy mokes.
And is this already the position for the next game? Or no, this was the starting position of last game? It's the next one. All right. The next one. So they're already in their 3 minutes of studying and trying to figure out, are they going to play e4, d4, c4?
Yeah. Jesus. It's a cliche to say like, oh, I thought black was going to resign. And I've tried to stay away from that, of course. As a commentator, you want to keep people invested. I actually thought black was going to resign. And I'm a late resigner myself, so.
Yeah.
I mean, holy smokes.
I am also from the school of late resignations. So.
Never won a game by resigning.
Late resigners unite. Fedoseev also chose not to resign that last game. Worked out very well for him.
Well,
now he'll have the white pieces here. And what can we say about this starting position? It has, again, that feature of two bishops aimed at the king side and the kings on the king side. Last time the other bishop was on a1. This gives a little more flexibility for options for the bishops. But again, I'd be dreaming of castling all the way over to the queen side somehow.
Yeah, you like that. You know, the
like
payout
that.
is worth it in the end. And if you're Vladimir from a psychological standpoint, you cannot, you know, ride the wave of success to too much arrogance. You know, you can't assume Sindarov's going to collapse. You have to play this like any other game. The hard work is still ahead. I mean, he saved the draw, but the match is tied with what's riding on this, potentially hundreds of thousands. I mean, the top prize in Weissenhaus is 200K, and only one punches his ticket to Germany. They're in the deep, dark forest. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breaths. Here we go.
I'm thinking
Let's
I might
get this
start
down
with
the road.
I'm thinking I might start with c4 here as white. I want to follow up with d4 afterwards. Whereas if I play d4 and black plays d5, then I have to play kind of, you know, London style. I don't see a way to get, you know, a Queen's Gambit or a Carl Khan kind of structure. I have to play solidly with, you know, c3, knight b3, knight f3, bishop f4, very solid. If I start with c4, I can get more of a fight in the starting position.
Or we could, I mean, we could play, you know, telepathically. And there should be 5 minutes. There we go. So 5+2, folks. If this game is drawn, we go to an Armageddon and a London system. In its fairly pure form, David, like if you ignore the knights, a lot of the ideas are similar, and this bishop is unprotected.
Yeah. And the knights can go to b3 and f3. It's not going to be very far at all.
It's like a Manchester system.
Okay, bishop f5, and he just calmly plays e3, letting the queen out. No e5s or e4 strikes in this particular London.
I mean, black should seriously consider knight b6. Very good. Very good awareness by Jabba here, because c4, I know that London players, you know, like the pawn, there's like a force field on the 4th rank, but c4 was a pretty nasty prospect here.
Yeah. So black controls that, and you know, even knight c4 could come in at some point, attacking b2.
Mm-hmm.
Fedoseev's going to develop his knights to b3 and d3.
I have a funny line to show very quickly. If white executes like the classic idea of b3 and a4, there's a big problem, which is that the knight, when do you ever see this?
Yeah.
He's trapped. White loses.
Terrible. Yeah, that's why you got to reserve the b3 square for your knight, folks, and not make 100 highfalutin pawn moves.
Yep, and a bishop trade.
Yeah,
he's
black
thinking
accepts
about
the simple bishop trade. Now, one interesting thing that this introduces, as he considers whether or not he's going to get an exclam for finding rook takes b8. One interesting thing that this introduces is that black cannot castle queenside. So if white plays queen e2 next, white will have the concept of g4 followed by castles queenside with opposite side kings. If he's feeling bloodthirsty, he can basically force that kind of a scenario.
Oh, yeah. And maybe that's why he's pausing and thinking about bishop takes d3. Also important is the fact that the queen is out of square, so the knight is not far from d7, nor is this a hypothetical. Black has to keep that square controlled. As you said, David, he gets an exclam for finding the recapture.
Did he get one?
No.
No.
Maybe he should have, because I was pretty enticed by bishop takes d3.
Uh-huh.
But okay. Very symmetrical.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Let's go. Let's see some queenside castling. Ah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, c3 has to be played eventually. It's not super tantalizing to castle queenside when your opponent's going to have a knight on c4, but...
Well, black's definitely castling kingside.
Yeah. If you don't do anything, black's very solid. You know, it's very equal.
But, I mean, f3, e4 is a standard plan in like Carlsbad structures. I like it here as well. It's ambitious, and at least you're asking black some questions. Like, and there's the answer.
There's the answer.
Black wants some of that too.
Whoa.
Not on my watch.
I only thought of bishop or queen takes.
The battle is raging over, like, can black get this move in? Queen c2. White could start with e4, but then takes an e5. The Caro-Kann idea that Fedoseev applied against Jan could be very strong.
Yeah. White could go f4 and stonewall it up right here.
I like it.
Should be another flavor of equal-ish, but if you let black play e5, the game's going to be so much easier for black to play.
Understandable, Fedoseev. F4 was a positionally risky move.
Yeah.
Well, let's see it. He's done everything. Now he's got to make the move.
Yep.
Well,
Simple.
like most London system games, everything is traded.
Yeah. White now regretting the most interesting move he's played this game, which was F3.
Ooh. And I think with this move, Java here is showing that he is fighting for an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely he's like, wait a second, I don't have to just agree to a draw. The knight is a little better than the bishop. I can put a rook on d8.
Right.
Vlad can force the queens off with queen d4.
Yeah, and he anticipates, g6 and just erecting barriers against that bishop in all directions.
Queen d4 would be a draw for essentially.
I mean, White has to play queen d4 at some point. You've got no space and no pawn breaks. So eventually we know you're going to play it.
Knowing Fedoseev, he's such a combative player. He is still like, wait, there's plenty of juice in this position. White's position is not visually appealing, but he doesn't have any like easily attackable targets, and the knight is restricted.
I think if we go queen d4, recapture with the e-pawn, it's just totally fine. Nothing too aggressive black can do. But you are correct. He does not have the appetite for a queen trade yet. He's looking for some combat.
And now queen d4 could be met with a6, so White would be categorically against a queen trade unless he was able to correct his pawn structure.
Yeah.
So he plays it. It's not a bad move, but I wouldn't be shocked if the queens were like locked in a death embrace for a couple moves.
Yeah, maybe a staring match. See who blinks first.
Like White. Yep, there it is.
Fedoseev does not seem to blink very often, speaking of staring contests.
I mean, blink once and you miss a move like h4 in the previous game.
Yeah. Oh, bishop d3. Mild improvement. Don't play king f2, queen h2.
Those minor pieces were gone in the blink of an eye. And is Fedoseev trying to go for like a dark square setup, a5 and b4?
Maybe. I don't know what he would gain by doing it. Frankly, I did not in the slightest see the point of a4.
Wow, he was preparing c4, dc, bishop c4.
Wants to take with the bishop, yeah.
Black has the 3-on-2 there, though, David. Like, I've seen things go downhill in those types of endgames, b5, and black starts advancing.
Mm-hmm.
And
but what he's done is he's deprived the knight of a protected square, right? By getting rid of that d5 pawn, the knight is sort of untethered. So knights have unpredictable hops, but they also sometimes like need help to get to a good square.
Yeah, and
king f2 or h4.
Then the business with knight shenanigans will have to cease its operations.
Yeah.
Smooth operator indeed. And knight f7. And this is what I like, right? The pawns are now fixed on weak squares. Fedoseev had like a million ways to liquidate and kind of force the draw. I feel like he's found a really unfortunate way to perpetuate black's tiny advantage for a long time.
He's confident in his endgame skills and his long-term prospects with the bishop when something eventually opens up on the king side with h5.
And an extra minute as well.
He's not going to play g4 because he wants to keep e3 and f3 intact. Just keep the knight at bay, a little force field along the fourth rank.
Very good. I would trade a pair of rooks if I'm Java here, in the interest of having a minute. And because I think it would be easier to exploit your pawn majority, I would consider a move like knight f7.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe knight back to d6. And maybe an Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
If Vlad's going to go like bishop f1, no, I want to play.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he went to d3 instead of e2.
He goes for it.
merely to suggest he wants to play. It doesn't really do anything particularly better on the d3 square.
Yeah, it's not like a sharp move. He just avoids repetition. He wants h5 somewhere at some point to start massaging these weak pawns.
Yeah. Telegraphs it. Got my eyes on the king side.
Bishop b1, rook c3, though. Careful.
c5 was a pretty good square for the rook here, actually.
There's discoveries, too, on the default. Do not go rook d2 and walk into knight e4.
Yeah. Ditto rook e2, knight e4.
fe4, rook c2? Wow. That's a complicated endgame to evaluate, though. It's a pawn endgame.
Yeah.
I would go b5. Again, knight f7.
With the majority.
But now bishop d3, there is knight e5. I think you have to trade. Rook b1 and b4 is also possible, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Knight e5, b4. There's lots of tactics with rook takes c2 and knight d3 that can be missed in time scrambles.
Mm-hmm. Rook comes into c3. Looks like a moment to play b4 here.
And maybe also e4 can be combined with it. All the pawn breaks belong to me, says Fedoseev.
Mm-hmm.
And all the time pressure belongs to you.
Yeah, the extra minute noticeable as we get into a scramble. There's always tactics at the end of these endgames.
20 seconds. I mean, Sindarov just, he's hemorrhaging time here on every move, and the position's opening up, and I'm really apprehensive. Now look at the speed.
Nice.
And suddenly Fedoseev's pieces become really active.
Yeah. Okay. The A pawn's undefended. This might be nice.
He literally doesn't care. No, he does.
Yeah. Gets a rook off the board.
So c5, or maybe just get a rook off the board.
Yeah.
10 seconds for Java here.
Looks for a pawn trade. After a5, the pawn will be very weak to rook a8, so he concedes the trade.
I don't know why.
Rooks.
But why not just exchange a pair of rooks? You've got 10 seconds.
Wait, why the h pawn?
Drop
the rook on the way?
No, but I think maybe he was worried about rook d3. It was a draw, but yeah, you're right. I didn't even see the h pawn.
Yeah.
And I think neither did Vlad. Knight c4, knight d2. Just get pieces off the board if you're Sindarov. It should be a draw, right, if there are no nervous blunders. Imagine the pressure. This is the deciding game.
I mean, 10 seconds for Sindarov, so I'm going to say all bets are off. They do have a 2-second increment, folks. Don't have to flag, but it's going to be hard to handle anything unexpected that comes up.
Nihal or like it is Garel with 10 seconds in eternity, but Sindarov not as experienced at bullet. But it should be a draw. I mean, there should be some sort of liquidation, and if anything, Black is not the one that has to beg at White's doorstep. Yeah. Uh-oh. Careful.
Introduces the rooks to the king.
Check, king g7. Holy smokes, this is dicey. And king f8.
Yeah.
And now Fedoseev down under 20 seconds. Now he joins the time scramble party.
I sort of expect bishop c2 to bring the bishop to b3.
Now I like Black with a pawn very far advanced. Takes in b3.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Not something I wanted.
Knight c4. Sindarov doing such a great job here. He's outplaying Fedoseev down on time.
Yeah, but his king is far away. He better keep that pawn defended.
Oh my gosh. Oh, rook c2 is sick.
Yeah.
And where do you go? King g5, king g7 gets mated. You got to go back. And he does. Oh my gosh.
You're not really threatening to take that knight, but he moves it and takes the h-pawn. This time he won't miss that pawn.
And will a draw be agreed, or will black, with the side that has the forking opportunities, play on? Will Fedoseev play on?
Yeah, who knows?
I've seen all sorts of blunders. Do not just assume this is a draw. Once the minor pieces disappear, yes.
Yeah.
But what? 2 seconds, you can't. Whoa! Rook h4, maybe.
It's very surprising.
How is
details
Fedoseev,
here?
How is he making Sindarov find only moves? This is wild.
So he takes the G pawn.
Oh,
no,
he gets his knight back.
Not.
Barely. And it's a draw.
Yeah.
But not yet. I have never been this nervous watching a one pawn to one pawn endgame. And it's a draw.
Yeah. Wow. White can win the G pawn. But it's not enough to win the game. That was intense.
All the way to the very last move. Look at the fighting spirit. Just Fedoseev finding newer and newer ways to pose problems. And after such a paralysis session in the last game, for Sindarov to keep his composure for that long, incredible stuff. And we're going to Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course we are. Of course we're going to Armageddon.
Yeah. Yeah, just to make sure people realize how close the match is. 2-2 between Javakir Sindarov and Vladimir Fedoseev. And a fifth game, only an Armageddon could decide. If they kept playing 2 games at a time, this match might go on for quite a while. Danya, do we give them a little break before the Armageddon? They've got to bid. They've got to say how much time they want with black.
Whew, I need a break too. Sindarov, more like Sinkaru, with the way that he managed that time pressure. It was, by and large, a balanced game. Let's be clear. There were no blunders. It was clean. And they will bid on their times. We have seen an Armageddon between Lazovic and Wesley. There will be no increment, and black has draw odds. So we'll let the players do the bidding, literally and figuratively. We'll be back with their bids. And now it's time for the decisive game. An Armageddon to decide who is going to Weissenhaus and who has to bid his journey goodbye. What a moment. Folks, stay exactly where you are. Freestyle returns with the most important game of the last 3 days in just a few minutes.
All right, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check. So it goes towards the knight, king g7. We check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point, the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only a way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5, and now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. but eventually we find checkmate.
A hanging piece is simply a piece that is under attack and can be freely captured, winning material. If you don't hang your pieces and you capture the ones your opponent hangs, you will win most of your games as a newcomer to chess.com. Related to hanging pieces is an important term, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. It's one of the most helpful phrases in tactics. It's a reminder to keep your pieces defended and to keep an eye out for undefended pieces in your opponent's camp.
Gotta move.
Oh,
no more
checks.
Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus' mouse.
Oh no!
A hanging checkmate is similar to a hanging piece. It is just a checkmate that your opponent has not defended against. Like this time, that Hikaru hung checkmate against Magnus, but Magnus didn't see it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Not quite the end of the world, but definitely the end of the tournament. And not even the end of the tournament, because this is just the beginning. Armageddon between Sindarov and Fedoseev. These two fighters, these two gladiators will duke it out in a game where black has draw odds. If the game is all smiles, it's like there's no pressure at all. Fedoseev gulps down his water. I am David Pruce. What a roller coaster ride. And the best part, one will punch a ticket, and then we'll get started for the real party in Weissenhaus in February.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's been great. I'm looking forward to more tournaments like this throughout the year. As we just saw in that beautiful promo video, there's 5 events on the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour this year. And this is the qualification for the first one of those in Weissenhaus in 1 month. And it has been a thrilling ride. And yeah, hopefully the players have enjoyed themselves as well during a few days of playing top level freestyle chess.
Indeed. Well, there can only be one winner, and there are 2 bids. The lower bid gets to decide which color they play. Usually they choose black. And let's reveal the bids.
White will always have 5 minutes. Black will have draw odds and
Yep.
4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Fedoseev. And it's very important for people to remember too. First, White doesn't start with 4:30. White always starts with 5 minutes. It's just that the lower bid gets the amount of time that they bid, 4:16, which is pretty nice. And the black pieces, no increment, a 2-second increment, wipe it off. But if black draws the game, then Fedoseev is flying from Ljubljana to Germany. There's probably a direct flight on Lufthansa. And Sindarov has to stay where he is, which doesn't look like too bad of a place. It's pretty palatial.
Yeah. So it looks like each player with this bid was thinking about 4:30 and 4:15, and thinking if it were 4:30 in Sindarov's case, if it were 4:30 against 5 minutes, he'd rather have the 5 minutes. And White versus the draw odds, Fedoseev saying the same about 4:15. That's where he would switch, so he takes 4:16. These are pretty conservative bids. I tend to expect people to go as low as 4 minutes to get the draw odds with black.
Here we go. And G3 allowing B6 in the very first move was a little bit strange. He doesn't play it. And David, one of the craziest saves, definitely in this tournament, after Lazovic so was that draw that Fedoseev pulled out down in exchange. And here we go. We are underway. We've traded a pair of bishops. And from no castling chess to no bishop chess, that seems to be the order of the day, as they're both centralizing their knights.
All right. But Sindarov gets the bishop to G2 before the B pawn can move, and now it's a little bit too late to move that B pawn.
Castles to the king's side. Fedoseev follows suit. Black is a great position here. I mean, it's very symmetrical. I'm not sure B4 is an asset. This seems more of a weakness because you're loosening up some of these light squares, and Vlad is going to go B5 and say, "What you got, boy?"
He's trying to play the game almost without moving any pawns, right? We've sometimes criticized people for 7-8 pawn moves to kick off a game. Look at him; he's moved only one pawn.
Yeah, and that might be the only pawn he needs to move. Whoa,
Yeah.
careful! Knight C4, knight takes D2. Oh my god!
Oh, he pounces.
Oh my god! Sindarov forgot the undermining tactic.
Queen on H1, far away from the action. There's nobody to cover this stuff. He's going to drop a pawn.
And you know what the worst thing is? The worst thing is sometimes this is a mating square, but it's not because the king has H8 because Fedoseev brought his queen out. He recaptured a bishop, and he digs his own grave here right out of the opening, does Javahir Sindarov. This is like, it's death because knight E4 maybe is the best practical try, but there's many ways to dislodge the knight.
Yeah, it's
F5.
pretty heavy. I mean, bear in mind that black has draw odds here. He doesn't need to press or win any endgame. Any endgame of like a position of strength, he can just not press too hard. Also, White's entire 45-second time advantage disappeared in reacting to this move. In fact, double it. So now black is up 40 seconds.
I would not necessarily rush to take on C2. Look at him. Yeah, and he just says, I don't need that pawn. He wants to avoid the complications, and he's up on time. Vladimir, he just needs to keep his nerves in check. He is his own opponent right now.
Yeah. Sindarov's got to do some magic. We saw a similar situation, I would say, opening disaster-wise. Like the scope of this disaster is kind of comparable to Jan's game against Bortnik that he won in the second game despite a similar disaster. He eventually turned it around.
Yeah. It's fun. Objectively, that one might have even been worse for Nepo, but there were more pieces on the board. And of course, there he was at some point thrilled with the draw. Here, pieces are getting traded, pawns are hanging, and tears might be flowing for Javahir Sindarov soon enough.
Yeah, somehow it's not easy to play the psychological situation from black side sometimes, right? You don't know like how cautious is overcautious. You're like, I don't need a second pawn, and then you're trying to tamp down anything interesting and you end up making concessions maybe. It's a little tricky.
Yeah, he needs to call up Denis Lazovic, your phone a friend. How'd you do it? But again, that was, at least there was an end game, and Fedoseev is actually he's just, I want to win. I don't even want to draw.
Yeah. Where's this queen going? The answer is D2. She's not trapped by any move like bishop F3 or bishop F1 because she's attacking that knight on D2 very boldly. And bishop takes g2 is coming to simplify the position. This knight might go back to e4 or f3 where it came from.
And the queen is unattackable. After bishop g2, queen g2, you can calmly play cb and knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays it right away.
Well, doesn't
which
even
I don't
help.
love. Because
Doesn't
of
even
e4.
help bring the white queen to g2.
But why is he flirting with... Uh-oh.
With a queen trap?
I'm shocked he didn't take the bishop, but I mean, Fedoseev is so confident in his tactics. He's saying bishop f3, knight takes d3. What's the problem? I get 2 rooks for a queen.
Oh my gosh.
The problem is your parents are probably having a heart attack as this is happening.
Yeah, he's doing the opposite of what we usually see, right? Which is too much caution. He is just playing like it's normal chess, right? He's still going for maximal kind of moves.
Yeah, the problem is bishop h5 is I feel like a move to make a draw by a perpetual, and no, this is beautiful tactical recognition because the knight is also very safe. It's also very strong.
Yeah, here it spins around to a nice square on the
Bishop
queen
F3.
side.
Do not go knight e4 and f5 because of queen b3. Maybe d5. Black's king is loose, though, David. Do you feel a little bit apprehensive that this could get out of control if white goes like GH? Do you feel that in the air?
Yep. I'm always apprehensive, though. One of my weaknesses.
That's a strength, a sense of danger. I would consider like
It's all
b5,
the
rook b6.
Wow, you nailed it. e5.
E5 and Sindarov is like, wait a second. He's got some pressure. I can't believe he's made it this far.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good about it as well, Danya. Like just that feeling like maybe anything could happen.
I just don't feel like he has enough fuel. Like even rook takes d2, which I would never play, but black has so many extra pawns, actually 2 to be specific, that you've got that material cushion.
They could all drop. Our rook f8 is really badly placed, and that is what's dragging us down at the moment. It's got to get in on the action.
Whoa. What the heck is queen c5? Where'd that come from? I would play h6 here. I mean, h6, king h7, though, is a total blockade. And 1 minute with no increment, let's not forget. No increment in Armageddon.
Yeah. Okay, hits the e7 pawn in another way.
I'm kind of holding my breath here for Fedoseev.
Yeah.
Queen d4, there's bishop e4. Wait, can you take on e4?
He does.
But at the end, you got to be careful.
I've kind of been wanting to play rook to c8 this whole time, but okay, he grabs the pawn.
White takes on g6 at the end of the line. You have rook e6, though, I think. You have rook e6. No. Now it's lost.
Okay. Does not trade the final piece. Does not take the g-pawn.
It's a fortress. As if you need a fortress. Black is completely winning, but d6 and rook e5 just seals the deal. Or this. And he might just, well, still trying, still fighting, still hoping, still praying. At this point, you're just praying for a mouse slip of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, it's no increment. It's the only game in this event that is no increment is the Armageddon. So Fedoseev has to be careful to keep some time on his clock, or he can get blitzed out regardless of the position.
He should try something at the very end dirty, like bishop h5. Just every resource should be exhausted. That has been the spirit demonstrated by all these competitors.
Yeah.
Knight d5 would be a blunder because of queen b2. And he blunders queen e3. Oh, God.
And e7.
And he has to play e5, which is apparently the only move. He will lose like all of his pieces if he allows this. Wait a second. Can he go rook e4 and rook e6? No, white has f3. Queen e7, white's winning. c6. Oh my God. Fedoseev's losing.
Unbelievable. How many seconds does Javokirov left? 24.
Maybe not enough. Maybe. Rook takes c6 has to be tried, I think. We're going to get a flag fest.
Bishop takes rook?
Holy smokes. He gives up the knight, but he could get mated here. But how? 20 seconds. No increment. He cannot lose his last
bishop
pawn.
c6, rook f2 is a draw.
Exactly. Where's the mate? 15 seconds. I don't see the mate. He's got to move his king.
That was incredible defense. That was an incredible defense there.
Queen takes c6. Rook takes f3. Fedoseev should save it with 10 extra seconds, but he might lose his rook there. He might lose his rook.
He goes for it. The rook tries to come back around. It gets to f7.
Oh, this is going to be close. Oh,
it doesn't go to f7. That's
Don't
risky.
get forked. Don't get forked. Where is it? I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to make it. He's not going to make it. Rook e6.
Oh, my Lord.
3 seconds. No increment. He's got to start pre-moving. It's not fast enough. And Fedoseev wins the queen.
Rook c5.
And we have and he'll save the game. After giving a heart attack to each and every one of his fans, he can't look at that position.
Yeah.
He can only stay hydrated.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
he is going to Weissenhaus.
He's going to Weissenhaus, minus perhaps a few fans or family members who may have just died in the last 30 seconds.
My God. By hook or by crook. He did it without his queen. He almost did it without his king. But Vladimir Fedoseev lives to tell the tale, and we take our hats off to Javahir Sindarov. He might have been the only one who didn't give up. And yeah, he cracked us. So crack a smile. You earned it. And oh my God.
That was dramatic.
He found the only way, the only fork he could allow.
Yeah.
And Sindarov seized on it, but just not enough time, given the no increment.
Aye. You know, Vladimir kind of cruised day 1 and day 2. But not day 3. Not day 3. That was difficult.
He was on cruise control in that first part. Left side of the bracket, Dominguez went down in 9 moves. Fedoseev won the Swiss. He earned the top spot with 8 out of 9. But obviously, Sindarov wasn't in the finals by accident. He won the first game. Let's not forget, David, Fedoseev also won on demand in the second game of the 15-minute portion.
Yes, back to the wall. And it was dramatic as well. Every game was dramatic here. He needed tie breaks in both matches today. And, you know, he'll be bringing new fans to Weissenhaus, right? So, you know, who needs the old ones who died of a heart attack, you know?
Exactly.
Let's have some more people sign up for a spot on this list.
I cannot believe how close it was to checkmate. The fact that there was no forced mate, the presence of mind to sit there after the blunder, not to just react by playing too quickly. Yeah. That is what champions do. Vladimir Fedoseev, he is the Slovene, give me a word that starts with an S. How about Slovene mastermind? See, alliteration. But we will maybe ask Fedoseev what he prefers to be called, but we call him the champion of the freestyle qualifiers. He's going to Germany. And right now he's going to go to the studio for an interview. Let's get Vlad on the call. We'll be back in a few minutes, folks, with the winner, the deserving winner, Vladimir Fedoseev, to share his thoughts on an incredible victory in the Weissenhaus qualifiers. We'll be right back.
If you found yourself talking to your mouse, it's time to quit.
Oh, come on, mouse. Come on. Wake up, you stupid mouse. Wake up.
Yeah, I've definitely never done that.
In this case, you can see that Nakamura was obviously upset about perhaps some blunder he made.
Sadly, I think I've seen this clip enough times to remember that this comes from a video where he was doing, I want to say Puzzle Rush, and he mouse-lipped while trying to set some sort of a record. You know, you can find clips of certain other GMs and streamers performing gymnastics with their mouse, but we're going to leave this out of this video.
And it does happen. Occasionally, you realize that you're blundering more often than usual, or you lose in time more frequently and because you just forgot about the clock. Overall, it's natural for us to have a downtrend, and if you notice that, it's better to take a break or to even continue with playing chess for today and to recharge without waiting for your rating to drop to the very rock bottom.
Yeah, that's a good one. I get this a lot on my stream. People coming in and saying, I dropped 200 points today. I'm at rock bottom. Should I quit? And obviously people who are asking this question, I don't think are actually looking to quit. If you're not enjoying your chess experience, then you know you should take your talents elsewhere, obviously. But if you look at the rating graph, let's take the chess.com Blitz rating graph of any top Blitz player, maybe with the exception of Hikaru, right? That is the one outlier because he's freaking Hikaru, and you shouldn't say, well, Hikaru stays at 3250 I dropped 200 points. What am I doing wrong? Well, none of us are Hikaru. In my case, fluctuations are very common. Sometimes I'm 3,000, sometimes I'm 3,200. In the case of other GMs, there's even bigger fluctuations. 300-400 points is not uncommon for that delta to be that large, because it all depends on your frame of mind, how much sleep you got that day, what your mood is. Do you have issues at work, or is it a Friday and you have nothing troubling coming the next day? So it's all very contingent on how your mind is functioning that particular day, and you shouldn't put too much stock into your performance on any given day. You also shouldn't fall into this trap of getting on tilt and then kind of wondering, well, why am I losing rating? Well, generally, you're losing rating, or lots of rating, if you're on tilt. And yes, the best thing is to stop, pause for the day, and then resume the next day. That's not always possible. We're all human, so I'm not going to pretend that I am able to do that, but definitely something to aspire to if you want to maximize your experience and your chances for success.
I became a grandmaster.
A roller coaster ride, and what a performance. Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev wins the Weissenhaus qualifier. He is the only one to punch his ticket to Weissenhaus, where he will join a group of legends in February, exactly a month from now. Vladimir, I mean, we were on the edge of our seats. We were standing up, sitting down. We had our hands on our head. You had your hands on your head. Can you walk us through that Armageddon game, how you kept your composure after Queen E3 and avoided getting mated? Incredible stuff.
When I'm not playing like super well, and I already saw from my match against Nepo that I was not finding critical resources in the games, and I was really close to blunder something. So I sort of expected to do something stupid already. So when it happened, I just took maybe 10 or 15 seconds, and I get to the mood that now I need to find some resources in the game.
David, go ahead. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe my internet is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, I want to say it's great to see you smiling after hours and hours of working so hard. It's great to see a smile at the end, the tension come out. My question for you is, what can you tell us about your opponent, Sindarov, who, like you, was a qualifier? What do you know of him and his style and his strength?
He is one of the guys who is leading in score against me in classical chess. I think there is a really few amount of players who is leading in score against me in classical chess, and he also scored 2 victories against me in classical chess. So I know him quite well, and also do not forget, he is one of the youngest grandmasters in the world, and maybe one of the most talented guys right now. And our brief discussions after those games I lost to him, they sort of convinced me that he is, in a ways, really super talented player with some abilities I can't say I have. Yeah. So huge respect to him, and this is not. He played super well this match, and previously also he probably lost before the final only half a point, which is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
indeed. Yeah, very, very gracious words there for your co-finalist, but there was only room for one. Let's talk about your semifinal opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi. You have a good score against him over the board. You've beaten him twice in classical chess. I think you're +1. Obviously, it was a tough journey. You had a brief opportunity in the first game. You were winning in the second, and somehow you were able to stay positive and stay composed. Can you talk us through your emotions in the match with Jan and how you assess the critical moments of that match?
First of all, already after game one, I saw that I had a winning move in the game one. And it was such an obvious move, like rook d1 f1, double rook on f5, rook f8, and that's it at some point. And I played move like in 5 seconds. And lost this opportunity. And from this point, I understood that I'm sort of in a shaky form. I'm probably not handling my nerves today at the same level as yesterday, and I prepared for everything. So I prepared that it will be huge fight. I probably will see myself on the ropes and so on, because if you're seeing that you're missing critical moments like this, and it repeated in the game two again. Like, okay, this time I took 2.5 minutes, but I didn't found the critical solution, which was rook f2 instead of rook f7 in the game two. So
And rook f4, yeah.
I was
you don't take-
either unable to sense critical moments or to navigate in those moments. So I knew it's gonna be a tough day for me from this point.
Very interesting. So having a sense of what form you are in yourself at a given moment can help you to stay mentally on top of all the moments as they're coming up. Our next question for you is about Weissenhaus. You haven't had a lot of time to realize that you're going there, but is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to at that tournament, or a player you want to play against in that field? Tell us about what you're looking forward to.
I can say that I really enjoying this opportunity to play classical chess freestyle format 960, and it would be nice to meet with all, basically many of best players of the world from the current era, and to play with them probably my favorite chess game at the moment, and my best chess game at the moment also, because I think in Fischer Random I probably better than in any chess format now. So I'm really excited to try my best in such a company, and to enter such a competition is also super important. But as I will play Tata Steel before, so there will be not a much rest for me between those tournaments. So I probably will be unable to prepare at the level they already started to prepare for this event. But I'm still relying on my FIFA random chess experience. I think I played much more than 1,000 games. And with long time controls, like usually I played it at least 10 plus 2 and sometimes more. Some training games 25 plus 10 and so on. So I'm familiar with the game, and I hope I will be able to show a good level of play in the house as well.
Well, wow, you have a packed tournament schedule then with Tata Steel and then Fischer Random. We have 2 chat questions from members of the audience. David, I'll let you take the second question. I'm going to ask the question by Krishna 21234, who asks, do you think the older generation have advantage over the younger generation in 960? And let me just expand that question. Do you feel, Vladimir, that there are playing styles in Fischer Random? Do you feel like people's classical tendencies translate to Fischer Random, or is it sort of a clean slate and it's like a different game entirely and styles are different?
I think it's still a chess game, and you're basically enjoying the same process, but just pieces are on wrong squares, like to our eyes, and we are trying to develop them on good squares and so on. Yeah, but about having advantages for more experienced player in fish random, I'm not sure. I'm I'm really not sure they're having a lot of advantage because fish random was an unpopular version of chess for many years. So probably they also didn't have a lot of practice in this game during their careers. So I think it's new for everybody, and yeah, how you can't have access to theoretical database and so on. Super hard to remember all 960 position. Probably you can, what you can learn, it's just simple some simple concept which are usually works in sort of similar positions, starting positions. But yeah, I don't see any advantage for anybody in this game. I think it's just a matter of concentration, focus, and just really random game. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else to say?
Cool. Well, thank you for that. Now, the fans also want to know some stuff about your life away from the chessboard. And this question comes from Charles Hamilton. And he asks, are you more of a Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, or Pinot Grigio? I hope I said those right. Kind of guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I can say probably Sauvignon Blanc in this in such comparison, but I'm trying to drink as little as possible at my normal life because I believe that alcohol is affecting your brain abilities for days and weeks if you are drinking a lot. So it's not an amazing idea to drink during the tournaments or even in your rest time from playing. It's not great idea, and yeah, I'm trying to avoid alcohol those days.
Well, Vladimir Fedoseev, you are going to Weissenhaus, you're going to Tata Steel, and you are the champion. What a set of matches. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you rest. You must be exhausted, and it's been a long few days, and it's going to be a really fun tournament. We look forward to seeing you in Weissenhaus. Thank you, Vladimir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck. And there is the final bracket, folks. It's been a long few days, a marathon journey for Vladimir Fedoseev, who surmounts Jan Nepomniachtchi, the world champion challenger. Oh, by the way, and then Jabahir Sindarov. He wins a must-win game. He stays the course in Armageddon despite a last-minute scare, literally. David Proust, there is no more deserving winner. We got to tip our hats to some of the players who came close. Of course, Jabahir, Hans Niemann for that match with Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Jan himself, despite jet lag, doing his best. But there was only room enough for one. Your last thoughts?
The number of great players is incredible. The interest and the chess content per game, for me, sky high in this freestyle format versus classical chess. I'm just super excited to see these games. And like Vladimir, I'm looking forward to Weissenhaus most of all, where we'll finally get to see these players playing at a classical tempo with this freestyle positions. And I mean, I'm conquered. I will be a fan of Vladimir's when he goes there, having watched him for these 3 days. So I'll be rooting for him as he goes up against basically the top 10 players in the world. And I guess we've got a month to watch Tata Steel and get hyped up for it.
Well, I'm a fan of Vladimir. I'm a fan of David Proust's commentary. David, we've manned the fort these last 3 days. I'm not going to lie. I've been exhausted after World Rapid and Blitz. So this took a lot of energy. I gave this everything I got and couldn't have done it without your expertise and your intuition. Fisher Random Commentary is new for me, so I want to thank everybody, our producers who arrive early and depart late, making our job easy. Hala for coming in early as well and helping us along. To Jan-Henrik Buhner, who sends his congratulations to the players for starting this new and very exciting chapter of chess, a chapter that is yet to be written and will continue to be written. And the next chapter will be written in February. So, folks, for GM Daniel Naroditsky and International Master David Prus, you have been watching the freestyle qualifiers. Vladimir Fedoseev is going to Weissenhaus, and we are going to take our well-deserved rest. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you in February from Weissenhaus, and we bid you a very pleasant rest of your Wednesday. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.